250, почти по 300, короче, грамм каши. В предыдущих сериях. Мы там закончили на том, что меня моя мамаша взяла на на мушку.
Твоя мама пропала же, да?
Да, я ее нашел, она меня на мушку взяла и такая говорит, говорите, кто вы? Я ей, маман! А она такая, говори, кто ты?
Она не помнит тебя, не знает.
Она думает, наверное, что это я, не я, хатан моя.
Is that Sarah had indeed changed. In your opinion,
Не появился.
why would your mother remain in hiding over several weeks?
You must leave me alone now. I have agreed.
Ты потом зайди на стрим, пожалуйста, чекни звук.
But you do realize your mother will have to accept the consequences of her acts.
I hope that your search will prove successful and bring Sarah back to us soon.
I'll be leaving now because whatever it is you're up to, I do not want to know.
Since then, we have become one and the same. We have officially erased the identity of my sister Emma. Emily Hillsborough, the woman with two faces.
Everyone seems to be a little unnecessarily heated. Don't forget where you are, please.
Я говорю что-нибудь, что золотой эликсир снимает отрицательные эффекты.
Все в порядке со звуком. Лакшери отстань от Кирочки.
Вход в склеп. Эпизод 3. Ripples. Не знаю, что такое Ripples.
Don't move.
Wait, I don't...
So you've come at last.
Easy. Let me turn around. Oh my god, Mother, what has happened to you?
Who are you?
What? But, Mother!
Who are you?
It's me, Louis, your son.
No, you lie. You won't catch me out like that. Louis isn't here. He obeys his mother. He would never have come here.
Mother, I don't know what you've been through, but lower your arm, please.
You think I was born yesterday, do you? But it won't work.
I'm begging you.
One day you will fall.
Mother!
Why are you here?
А почему у меня этот +1 за все?
Remember, Al-Azif?
I was sure.
Where's the book, Mother?
So that's what you want? Well, you will never find it. Emily died for that.
What's got into her?
You are evil incarnate. Every word that comes out of your mouth is sharper than a razor blade.
I don't wish you any harm. Really, Mother. It's me, Louis.
Don't speak to me about him. You will never get him.
Mother, stop torturing yourself. It really is me, Louis. How can I convince you?
If you really are who you say you are, what was the saying I taught you?
You've been telling it to me since I was 3 years old, Mother. How could I ever forget it? Always keep your mind logical. And open.
You knew it. You are smart. You're getting me muddled up. Tell me, rather, whose place were we at when I told you I was coming here?
Mother, I really am your son. You can't trick me. We were in Paris. We were investigating an art dealer.
His name?
I just told you, you can't trick me. His name was von Borchert.
My God, everything is lost then. I refuse to believe it's really you, Louis. Otherwise, all this would be for nothing.
Mother, I don't know what happened to you, but don't worry. Everything is going to be fine. I'm here for you and...
No! I ordered you not to come with me.
I received a letter and Lord Mortimer informed me of your disappearance. So I took the...
No! 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 It's not true. It's a nightmare. Don't tell me that. Have you spoken to him?
Oh, shit. She's completely panicked because I spoke to Mortimer. It seems she's afraid of what he might have said to me about her.
Did he speak to you?
Don't believe it. I thought I'd meet him the moment I arrived, given the situation. But not at all. He didn't even bother to meet me in person.
I imagine that Elizabeth was still here. Very well. Logical and open, Louis. Since you arrived on the island, has anything strange happened to you?
Depends on what you mean by strange. Like me having visions, for example?
I knew it! It started! Oh,
Hell,
Louis,
she's
I just
panicking.
wish I...
Yes, it's happened to me. Like when I was a boy. I find myself in someone else's body for the space of a dream.
Have you ever dreamed of a different place to the one where you were sleeping, without being able to explain it?
No. But Mother, don't worry. I'm not losing my mind. Everything is fine. You used to give me a concoction to calm me down when I was little. So, just make some for me once we get back home.
Migraines? Loss of consciousness? Loss of control?
No, rest assured. All is well. I promise you.
What else?
Do you want to tell me about your relationship with Elizabeth Adams?
Louis, I don't know what you found out, but just know that I did everything I could to help her.
I'm sure you did, Mother. I'm not judging you.
You know, what she had to put up with was slowly gnawing away at her. Now shut up and listen to me. We might still have a chance. Something of utmost importance is going to play out right here.
What are you talking about?
A conference, Louis. I should think all Mortimer's guests have arrived by now, haven't they?
Yes, they have. Since this morning.
Perfect. The conference will be able to begin.
Indeed. It shouldn't be long and...
Let me finish. We haven't time. You will attend this conference, and you must find out what Mortimer is up to. Don't trust him, Louis. Understood?
Right. I'll do what you ask of me. But calm down, please, Mother.
Louis, I made a mistake by coming here. We are in the lion's den. Mortimer, Holm, their guests, watch what happens. Do you think it's normal that the representatives of the most powerful nations are here all on their own without anyone else? On an island in the middle of nowhere in total secrecy?
No, not really, but...
Louis! They shape the world. They manipulate us. Everything is decided here and now. They create and break states, provoke wars, destitute governments, or decide who will be their leaders. Open your eyes! Nothing is impossible for them. They are capable of reaching everyone, wherever they may be. Through high society banquets, they model the future of us all. And it isn't at all an issue for them.
And? What do you propose?
It's time to act, my son. You will go to this conference and, from the inside, you'll do everything you can to prevent Mortimer's plan from going ahead smoothly. We can talk later. I'll explain everything.
But why?
Do as I say, Louis. It's of the utmost importance. Beware of Mortimer. He won't let anything stand in his way.
You promised me that after...
Yes, after. Go now.
Yes, Mother, I'm going. One more thing, Mother. Emily Hillsborough, Emma's sister, came to this island looking for her sister. She probably won't hesitate to take revenge and...
It's the signal that the conference is starting, Louis. Don't be concerned about the Duchess. She's the last of our worries.
Golden elixir. Consume without excess.
Так, ну что мы сейчас сделаем? Пойдем сейчас разъебывать на собрание на это. Бля, братан, ну перелез бы уже. Короче, каждая миссия, судя по всему, состоит как бы из двух моментов. То есть ты сначала что-то делаешь, потом трошки шароебишься, и потом что делаешь, причем у тебя и в первый, и второй раз противостояние обычно, как бы такой у них план на каждую главу от этого. Ну, понятно, вот что вот мы тут сейчас с Модушкой потусовались.
Roland feeleth his death is near, his brain is oozing by either ear. With his brain oozing, it's already remarkable that he can feel anything.
Ну, я бы поел, да, я что-то... Побольше сырочку, да.
Кетчуп. Творожный сыр.
Да, этот твердый сыр. Еще к кетчупу можешь добавить вот этого... И если не любишь, тогда не добавляй. Майонезного соуса с грибами. Немножко. Здорово.
Monsieur de Richet, you're the only one missing at the conference. Please join the guests.
Ой, было бы еще так клево, если бы ты когда выходила свет выключила большой, а то он меня слепит, блин. Ой, спасибо!
Monsieur de Richet, you're the only one missing at the conference. Please join the guests.
ТК... Я и пытался. Копия, там что-то с копиями вчера было связано. И в письме было что-то про подделки копиев. Что-то. Копиев, как правильно. Так, вот ебучий, блядь, мошка по экрану.
Golden elixir. Consume without excess.
Карта мира. Текстурки. Найс. Пошиты.
I have suspected it.
That does seem as if. But however, it may all come to nothing, you know.
I don't know if you ever found what you were looking for in the garden, but Mortimer is waiting for you. I suggest you get a move on.
You say it as if you were afraid of him. What frightens you so much about him?
Hurry up. He's waiting for you.
Are you quite sure? Is there not a little mistake somewhere?
Yes, because she asked him at last, and he could not help answering her, but she said he seemed quite angry at being
A
spoken.
chest with a motif representing the alchemical symbol of water.
Your conjecture is totally wrong, I assure you.
I have suspected it for some time, but now I am convinced.
I have already told her so once, by your desire.
Are you quite sure, sir? Is there not a little mistake somewhere?
Yes, because...
Good evening, gentlemen. Are we ready? The much-awaited conference is about to begin?
That is what we have all been waiting for.
I believe that Lord Mortimer wishes to speak to you before it begins. You should go and see him. Are you quite sure, sir? Is there not a little mistake somewhere?
Yes, because she asked him at
By all that I have ever read, I'm convinced that it is very common indeed.
Ah, Louis, I've been expecting you. Thank you for joining us. We are about to begin our conference. Let me explain what is at stake.
Thank you kindly, but what do you expect of me exactly? My mother's the one who's supposed to attend, not me.
That is indeed what was initially intended. Unfortunately, she still hasn't been found, and my guests can't stay here indefinitely. The conference must begin, and it would be truly beneficial to the Order to join in the project. Consequently, I would like you to replace her during her absence. What is at stake here is of the utmost importance.
It's important that the French Order gets their say. And should you need any advice, don't worry. You are not alone, Louis.
Very well. Can you give me a brief explanation of the aim of it all?
Of course, Louis, I was coming to that. The aim of these meetings is to bring together the most influential people in order to think together about the future.
But the future of who?
Of the world, Louis.
Our desire is to steer the destiny of our respective countries for the good of all, and to no longer suffer the random hazards of history.
In concrete terms, how do you organize your discussions?
A conference is always organized the same way. There are two masters of ceremony who determine an important subject.
You and Sir Gregory, I presume.
Exactly. We shall be the masters of ceremony. It was our obligation to each bring to the table several guests in order to debate a subject. Once the debate is closed, a decision will be made by a vote of all the participants.
By a unanimous vote. If the project is not agreed on by all, then it will be rejected.
And neither of the two masters of ceremony have the right to vote.
It's up to the guests alone to decide, Louis. In other words, us.
Gregory and myself are merely the go-betweens. Finally, if the project is validated, each guest goes home and starts working to make it happen.
It can take years.
How long have you been active?
Oh, this tradition has more or less always existed, Louis. It has continued from generation to generation.
Do you often hold this kind of society dinner?
In general, once a year, but in actual fact it tends to be events that dictate our gatherings.
Can you give me an example of an event that was decided here before being implemented in the outside world?
Well, take the French Revolution. It was decided right here 2 years before its implementation in France.
Concerning the case of the French Revolution, I wasn't invited. But as far as the American Revolution is concerned, Louis, I can testify that we planned it 5 years before implementing it, for example.
Louis, let me keep you a moment. I would like to let you in on a secret before we begin, because I'm going to need your assistance. You see, the project I'm going to present concerns the territory of Louisiana in North America. It's currently Spanish territory, and I'm going to make the proposition to the Assembly for it to become French.
But how does that concern me?
Well, you see, I prepared this project with your mother. We began thinking about a crazy idea. Unfortunately, Sarah went missing before getting the bigger picture. I don't intend to stop at Louisiana. My idea is to increase the territory of the United States. The first stone of this vast project consists of getting Spain to cede Louisiana to France. Once it becomes French, France will hand it over to the United States, which will then allow them to double the size of their territory. And that's where you come in. France and the United States, hand in hand, two democracies illuminating the world.
But why spread it over 2 phases? Why not announce the overall project immediately?
Unfortunately, if Spain were to hear that the intention of all this is to allow the United States to grow, they would never sign. Manuel Godoy is perfectly aware of President Washington's appetite. If the United States took Louisiana, Godoy would know full well that he will have lost the entire North American continent. Things must take place in several stages. Otherwise, the change will be too brutal, and he will have no choice but to reject the project. Take a look at them. Apart from President Washington, they all belong to monarchies. Do you really think they won't resist? Of course they'll fight, fearful as they are of losing their precious privileges. But the world needs visionaries, like you, like your mother. It's a pity Sarah isn't here to see it. She only knew about a tiny part of the project. I hope I can count on you, Louis. It's time to start now. I must ask you to keep it to yourself for the time being. Take a seat, follow the discussions. We'll have an opportunity to catch up later, and you'll be able to let me know your thoughts.
Blast it, Mother. You didn't know about everything. His project is commendable. Why tell me to beware? Could you have gotten it wrong?
Блядь, это двойная игра, стопудово. То есть это что-то прям совсем не то.
My friends, I propose we get started.
Столько возни, так а при чем тут Адамс, эта девушка? Причем тут эта книга, моя мать, что они
First of
прятали?
all,
Это
I would
все,
like to thank you
это
for
все
taking the
какой-то
time to come.
план
The honor is ours, my
двухслойный.
lord.
As per our custom, here we are all together to discuss the face of tomorrow's world. Even though there may be certain tensions between our nations, I must ask you to keep an open mind. As Sarah de Richet is unable to be among us, please welcome Louis de Richet, who will represent the Golden Order and will vote on its behalf when the time comes.
Welcome among us, Louis.
Welcome, Monsieur. I hope he'll be more effective than his mother regarding the protection of the King of France. The Order has proved particularly inefficient.
Come, Manuel, you're not going to spoil our visit. The Order's mission was not to protect King Louis XVI, as far as I am aware.
We are talking about a king of divine blood, for goodness sake. It seemed obvious to me he needed protecting. If the Golden Order wants to pride itself on being an influential organization, it should have kept him alive.
Thank you all. I am honored to be among you today. I will strive to represent the interests of the Order as best I can.
Perhaps we may begin, Lord Mortimer.
Certainly. I have a dream that our nations will continue to support each other, more now than ever before. A dream that, for the sake of common good, we will do what it takes to ensure stability in the modern world. I have a dream that we shall lead by example and ensure that the American territory may remain in peace.
Thank you for the thought, Lord Mortimer, but I don't see where you're leading.
I'm coming to it, Mr. President. I need not remind you that North America is currently divided between the United States on the east coast and Spain, which occupies the remaining two-thirds of the continent. Well, I propose that Spain cede the center of the continent to France, namely all of Louisiana.
Louisiana? But, well, it is not for sale. Lord Mortimer, I sincerely hope I have not come all this way just to hear you ramble on about what Spain should and should not do. When we went to all the trouble of gaining the territory a few years ago, it was not just to lose it today. Have I made myself clear?
What did I tell you, William? You speak of union, and yet here you are, about to tear us apart.
Duke Manuel, I perfectly understand you. But rest assured, you will soon adore my proposition. You shall see.
Well, since you give me the choice, my good fellow, allow me to doubt it. However, I am impatient to hear what Spain could possibly gain from the sale of Louisiana.
I never spoke of a sale, my good fellow.
What? But I do not understand.
There is one more territory left to conquer, if I'm not mistaken, in the northwest. It is, of course, occupied by your notorious Indians, but...
We shall soon be rid of the savages, so that is not a question.
Duke Manuel, I believe that Spain should cede Louisiana to France free of charge.
This is utterly grotesque, Lord Mortimer. What a strange example you set for your young protégé. Isn't that so, Monsieur de Richet? Do you understand anything of this proposition?
If I were you, Senor Godoy, I would think twice before stirring up a scandal.
I beg your pardon?
Given the size of your colonies, you won't be able to keep them for long. A number of countries are eyeing them as we speak. The United States would have no trouble taking them. For all intents and purposes, you have no army in place. By wanting to keep everything, you risk losing it all, especially your colonies in South America, which are far more valuable to you.
That is indeed the danger, Duke Manuel. If it comes to war over Louisiana, you will lose. And probably a good deal more than you now imagine.
Young man, you are indeed a dark horse, aren't you?
I must say, William, I find your project mostly disfavors me. I thought you were my friend.
And I am, Mr. President. That is why I'm doing everything in my power to calm your expansionist fervor. France, in Louisiana, should persuade you not to attempt anything to take the territory by force. Louisiana is a vast wetland where you would needlessly lose most of your troops. It would weaken you and offer certain nations the perfect opportunity to take back your famous United States. I am protecting you from yourself, George. Trust me.
I understand. But with friends like you, sir, I certainly don't need any more enemies. I hope you know what you're doing.
Am I imagining things, or does it look like Washington isn't aware of Mortimer's plan?
Not to put too fine a point on it, Lord Mortimer, but I doubt the Holy See would be in favor of Catholic Louisiana being handed over to secular revolutionaries and king killers.
I should think Monsieur de Richet has an opinion on this subject, does he not?
Your Eminence, have no fear over that. I am sure France will do everything in its power to protect the Christians of Louisiana.
My young friend, how can you come out with such a remark after the discussion we had on the evening of your arrival? If France was so respectful of worship, it would not be bleeding priests, as it is doing at this very moment in time. Don't be naive. This is politics. The Holy See must be concerned at seeing such a large territory falling into the hands of the French. Mi auguro che insegnerete l'educazione a questo giovanotto presuntuoso, Sir Gregory.
I hope that you will teach this pretentious young man some manners, Sir Gregory. It looks like I won't be just making friends here.
In any case, my lord, I doubt the English crown will agree.
Ich versichere Ihnen, Emily, nie Preußen wird diese Vereinbarung akzeptieren.
I assure you, Emily, the Prussian will never accept this agreement. Volner looks like he's set on ruining Mortimer's plan.
Duchess, I am persuaded that we shall find a
That worthless expanse of putrid swamps interests no one but yourself.
Speak for yourself, my friend.
Hold on there, Mr. Royal Gigolo. Lower the volume, and let Sir Gregory finish.
Home, Godoy, and now Volner? Mortimer's adversaries are ready to tear each other to pieces, and he takes a malicious pleasure in watching it happen.
How dare
Gentlemen, let us try to remain calm.
There you are, William. See where your projects have taken us, as per usual. Chaos! That's enough. I'm tired. We shall continue this discussion tomorrow, but please be aware that your project will never be ratified. Those who are opposed to this project, follow me. Are you coming with us, Monsieur de Richet?
Come, Gregory, I think Louis would rather stay. Wouldn't you, Louis?
As for me, I think I shall remain with Lord Mortimer, Sir Gregory.
You are committing a grave error, Louis.
Time will tell.
Я до сих пор не понял, как пользоваться Devil Horns'ами, ну вот этими колючками, которые вправо активируются. Я уже сколько раз их активировал, ни в журнале не появляется, ни в диалоге не появляется. Я вообще ничего не понимаю. Странный очень этот эликсир. Ну да и пофиг. Клево мне сейчас понравилось то, что это я возможности ловил и тут чик-чик-чик-чик очки.
My friends, I would like to thank you for staying.
Good God, William. What is this I hear about you reinforcing military power in Louisiana? I have no interest in having France for a neighbor, and you know that very well.
Calm down, George. Louis, explain our plan to Mr. Washington, please.
You see, Mr. President, Lord Mortimer anticipates that once France obtains Louisiana, they will cede it to you.
What do you mean? To us? The United States?
You heard right.
But
President Washington, the United States will double in size.
By what miracle have you...
You need to expand, George. You and France are the two major democracies in the modern world. It is necessary that you both become superpowers.
Are you really going to sponsor democracy throughout the world?
Of course, Monsieur Peru. That's why I don't want Spain to get too attached to those weapons. Please continue, Louis. Explain my vision to Mr. President.
By going through France, Spain won't suspect that it's you who's going to take possession of Louisiana. They'll even believe that France will be a protective buffer between itself in California and you on the East Coast. If Senor Godoy was afraid that you might take the territory by force, now he is reassured. You would never attack France.
But why didn't you tell me before?
So that Lord Mortimer would appear to be isolated without support.
Exactly. You got it, Louis.
Lord Mortimer retains the advantage by advancing under cover. And for it to work, he needed you to act surprised.
William, you haven't changed. Always one step ahead.
One step ahead? You're joking. More like 5.
On that note, my friends, it's getting late. Mr. President, continue to take offense over my project when we resume the conference in the morning. You do it to a T. And if Sir Gregory has the audacity to send you an emissary to convince you to go against me, do me a favor. String him along if you can. The more they believe we are divided, the more we'll have our hands free.
Only too happy to oblige.
Now, let us get some rest. We've got a big day tomorrow. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Louis, if you have a minute, I would like to ask a favor of you. I'm going to require your services.
How can I be of help? Tell me all about it.
Our adversaries are many, and the closing vote of the conference will soon be upon us. Time is of an essence, so I'll need you to assist me this evening.
How can I help?
I need you to go this very evening to persuade Senor Godoy to join us. He is the backbone of Gregory's resistance. Turn him round, and all the others will follow in such a stampede that Gregory will be able to do nothing but admit defeat.
Lord Mortimer, with all due respect, don't you think I'm the last person Godoy wants to talk to?
I'm sure you can do it. I believe in you.
Lord Mortimer, you're not telling me everything.
Let's say I wouldn't disapprove if the Right Honorable, though nonetheless choleric, Duke Manuel put you in his bad books. If it could motivate him to declare war on France, it would greatly serve our interests.
War? What do you mean?
I told you before the conference. The more we distract Spain from the Americas, the less it will have an eye on Louisiana.
But all the same, we're talking about a war in Europe.
Don't worry. That's why Mr. Bonaparte is with us. I am convinced we'll be perfectly capable of managing the conflict. And Senor Godoy is not a great soldier. He will not commit Spain to a long war that he won't be capable of managing.
I'll go straight away.
Thank you, my boy. And get some rest afterwards. Big day tomorrow.
Это супер комната, в которой, да, я квест проходил, окей.
Monsieur Johann van Vulna.
Тут вот этой, да? Разъебанная комната сейчас будет. Угу. Как просто письма. Бля, тут какие-то подсюжеты вообще, которые не раскрываются и
My dear
вообще.
Elizabeth, I'm writing to inform you of some unfortunate news.
Что с этой девахой? А можно было сделать так, чтобы она не умерла?
President George Washington.
Map of Vermont.
Locked.
Я ж умею.
The president's personal reserve of laudanum, and judging by the quantity, he can't go without it. Ah, there's also a letter.
Мистер Вашингтон, отвечаю вам при первой же возможности. Мы говорили о вашем здоровье до того, как вы уехали, и никаких изменений не последовало. Прошу, вспомните мои рекомендации и прекратите принимать настойку опия. Я уже ищу замену, но боюсь, ждать вы не будете. Если вы продолжите злоупотреблять опиумом, то рискуете не получить новый мандат. Зависимость плохо сказывается на вашей службе, мой друг. Сожалею, но вам придется отказаться от опия. Искренне ваш, доктор В. Томпсон. Так у нас мистер Вашингтон получается этот наркоман.
My dear George,
Дорогой Джордж, рад вновь пригласить вас на свой остров. У меня появилась одна задумка, Соединенные Штаты заслуживают лучшей роли на международной арене. Я понимаю, вы не хотите играть с огнем, пока ваша страна так молода, но смею вас заверить, мои планы никак не угрожают тому, что нам с вами удалось достичь. Чего? Нам с вами удалось достичь. С нетерпением жду встречи, ваш друг Уильям.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Portrait of George Washington.
Блин, а что-то у Вашингтона какой-то скучноватый этот апартамент. Там кармелийская вода, но мне как бы, что толку с ней? Ну, мы теперь знаем, что он так-то наркоман. Окей. Так, так мы, может, тогда к этому кренделю еще заглянем? немцу.
Monsieur Johann von Wulner.
Блин, это точно масонская какая-то история.
Great, honey. Great, honey. Amber crystals.
A chest locked with a 4-letter code. Surely a word close to the owner's heart. Signs of the Zodiac. The Great Work of the Soul by S. Madone. Pure alchemy is a thought, an art that is performed on the matter of the soul. Great alchemists work to transform and perfect the latter by a series of processes known as the Great Work. There are 4 phases to attain the ultimate in spiritual fulfillment. The human soul must descend, be corrupt, in order to become decomposed. It's something like what I felt when I think of what I found out about my mother. The soul broken up must be purified by the alchemist. Nice program. The soul must be transformed in order to attain sublimation by the recombination of the alchemist. It's tempting. Thus ends the great work. The incarnation of the purified spirit, the elevation of the soul, now become perfect. Its resurrection, thanks to the action of the alchemist. Except if the alchemist has bad intentions, then it's called manipulation. Very metaphorical as occult theories go. The human spirit being the prima materia of the alchemist. A chest locked with a 4-letter code. Surely a word close to the owner's heart. Chest locked with a 4-letter code. Surely a word close to the owner's heart.
Варивеву. Вар, вап, вал, ван. Ват, варт, нет. Ца, ла. ла, ли, лу, ле, лар, лир, лур, лер. Лап, лип, луп, леп. Лан, лин, лун, лен. Йоган. Рад, что мы сможем встретиться. Я ни секунды не сомневался, что мое приглашение не будет отвергнуто, несмотря на опасность и наше близкое знакомство. Вместе мы преодолели многое, но в этот раз я не в силах скрыть беспокойство. Ставки высоки как никогда. То, что мы будем работать вместе, обнадеживает меня, Иоганн. Надеюсь услышать новости, которые могли бы меня порадовать. С нетерпением жду нашей встречи. Грегори Холм.
Amber crystals.
The alchemist is an old man.
Короче, этот челик, он что-то какой-то весь супер на алхимии.
The alchemist is a young man. The signs of obscurantism. A table of alchemical symbols. Someone circled the zinc symbol. A chest locked with a 4-letter code. Surely a word close to the owner's heart.
Так, загадочные заметки. Это куда пошли? Или сюда? Сюда куда-то пошли. Окей, у меня есть книжка на эрудицию. На оккультизм. Извините. И заметочки сюда. Манипулирование убеждения. Вот, блин, хорош. Это вообще хорош. Мне бы их все собрать. Вообще было бы кайф. Так, ну ладно, потратить хватит.
Golden elixir.
The Great Work of the Soul by S. Madone. Pure alchemy is a thought, an art that is performed on the matter of the soul. Great alchemists work to transform and perfect the latter by a series of processes known as the Great Work. There are 4 phases to attain the ultimate in spiritual fulfillment. Very metaphorical as occult theories go, the human spirit being the prima materia of the alchemist.
Так, подняли пару фолиантиков у этого парня. И это хорошо, потому что фолиантики у меня закончились. Плюс страничка была. Ну, тут, в общем, исследование поощряется. Мне это нравится. Так, это... Мы там были. Сейчас будет комната Вашингтона. Да?
President George Washington.
Ничего. А поставь на подоконник, пока пусть немножко постоит. О, кардинал. Чем? Бля. Кардинал не получится зайти в гости, к сожалению. Это кто?
Huh, that's me. Huh, that's me.
К сожалению.
Ah, Monsieur de Richet. You wouldn't have seen Duke Manuel by any chance, would you?
I was going to ask you the same question.
I wanted to speak to him, but no one will open the door. I'm not sure he's in there.
If I want to pass through, I'll have to get Volner out of the way. I've searched all over the manor, but I can't find him.
One thing's for sure, Monsieur de Richet. He's neither in his room nor on this floor. I've just looked all over.
I propose we both look for him. The first to find him tells the Duke that the other is also looking for him. Agreed?
Perfect. Let's do that. I shall have a look in the library. If you find the Duke before me, tell him I want to speak to him.
Yes. Let's proceed as you say.
Thank you, Monsieur de Richet.
Right. Now be a good boy and go look somewhere else.
Бля, я не удивлюсь, сейчас его убьют и опять меня типа подставят. И причем тут эта книга вообще? Непонятно. Был бы сейчас Константин бы все раскидал вообще. Константин бы просто дал инфу. Я бы по инфе сработал, и мы бы все знали. А так приходится одному. Константин. Так, давайте. Обыск сразу. Что это? Кармелитская вода. Окей.
Manuel Godoy. A painting of himself in his room. Now that's not going to help him develop a sense of modesty.
Герцог, нашим разведчикам удалось кое-что выяснить. Мистер Хэй действительно намеревается заключить соглашение с Великобританией. Похоже, они хотят подорвать экономику Франции и Испании, перекрыв морские торговые пути. Наша казна и так терпит убытки из-за запрета на ввоз продуктов из Франции, а теперь пострадают наши колонии. Уверен, вам удастся решить этот вопрос мирным путем, ожидая дальнейших указаний. Вообще без понятия, что
Mary Louise of Parma. How ironic having a painting of the Queen of Spain in one's room, my Lord Duke. It looks like someone's hidden something on the back of this painting. It's a letter. Of course, it's written in Spanish. And it reeks of lavender. Well, well, Mr. Godoy, you seem very interested in hiding this letter. Another secret romance, I presume? So, let's see what it says.
Сокровище мое, прости, что снова пришлось уехать, пускай ради благополучия моей страны. У меня разрывается сердце от того, что мы расстались в ссоре, потому что ты любовь всей моей жизни, Жозефа. Ты же знаешь всем, что у меня есть и что я могу бросить к твоим ногам и обязан королеве. Останься со мной, прошу тебя, ради нашей любви, ради наших будущих детей. Не ревнуй, молю. Мои мысли только о тебе, а все остальное не больше, чем
It
фарс.
seems the queen isn't the only one enjoying the Lord Duke's favors. If the queen found out, it would cost him dearly. I'll keep it with me. You never know. Don Quixote. Talking without thinking is like shooting without taking aim. You have to think about that one.
Бля, надо было кармелитскую воду жмыхнуть. Там, чтобы мини-минус очки были, и тут забрать. Ладно.
Brutus and his companions taking an oath to kill Caesar.
Вот, якорцы.
Charles IV of Spain. Now there's no chance of Godoy forgetting who he owes everything to.
Чему скриптик? Благородство меча.
Maria Louisa of Parma. Although not Godoy's true love, the queen is his benefactress according to some people.
A fragment of amber.
Бля, мне единичку ловкости, у меня еще один максимум. Ну-ка, золотой эликсир.
Don Quixote. Talking without thinking is like shooting without taking aim. I have to think about that one.
Dear Monsieur de Richet, please excuse me, but I am unable to join you.
Ты в своей комнате, ты есть в свою. Да. Бля, я не буду из его комнаты сейчас выходить назад. На всякий случай. Блин, ну это, наверное, все. Обыскал, да, ладно, пофиг. Буду сейчас просто немножко загрузочки посмотрели, ничего страшного. Какая-то очень странная тут география комнат.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Ну, тут что-то дрался, тебе что?
Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte.
Так. А, мы его комнату тоже обыскивали, тут ничего интересного.
Hey, Peru's name tag's fallen off, and his door's ajar. Nice decor for a revolutionary tribunal judge's room. A pattern with 4 circles. Dear Monsieur Peru.
Месье Перю, позвольте поблагодарить вас за щедрое пожертвование. Благодаря вам мы наконец-то отремонтируем западное крыло приюта. У ребят, которых вы нам передали, все хорошо. Малютка Пьер скоро снова будет ходить. Некоторым деткам все еще снится, как их родители стоят на эшафоте, но я уверен, что со временем кошмары пропадут. На случай, если вы пришлете нам еще детей, мы скоро докупим 20 кроваток. Мы с воспитанниками сердечно вам благодарны. Да здравствует республика, да здравствует Франция, сестра Мари Элен.
I'll retrieve it later. Dear Monsieur Peru, I have no space left. Dear Monsieur Peru, I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. Dear Monsieur Peru, I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. The Massacre of the Innocents by Rubens. A bit gloomy. Guess my room is not that bad.
Моя милая Элеонора, я немного успокоился и хочу поделиться с тобой своими мыслями. Сложно выразить, как я скучаю по тебе и как сильно жалею, что уехал. Я знаю, ты будешь добрый и храбрый, пока тебя оберегает сестра Мари Элен. Мне никогда уже не исправить своих ошибок, но я во что бы то ни стало уберегу тебя от их последствий. Я всегда буду любить тебя, не сомневайся в этом, что бы ни случилось. Знай, все обязательно будет хорошо. Я буду защищать тебя, чего бы мне это ни стоило. Мы преодолеем все испытания. Я горжусь тобой, твой любящий отец.
Records of the police. Notes intended for the police lieutenant of Paris. It's a list of people under surveillance in Paris. And there's some well-known names on it. This is valuable information. This shouldn't be lying around.
French actor Talma is Nero in Britannicus, the last emperor of the Caesar dynasty.
Так, а это чья комната, кстати?
My dear Napoleon.
А, это наполеоновская комната. Только другая ее часть, да? Там типа была закрытая дверь.
Leave me, de Richet. I don't feel like talking.
Your door was ajar, and, well, given the state of your room, I was worried.
It's none of your business.
Very well. I'll leave you then. See you tomorrow, monsieur.
I asked you to leave me alone.
Окей. Короче, он, хоть и казался на первый взгляд каким-то мудаком диким, по итогу, как будто бы самый адекватный вообще из всех, потому что он не плетет интриг, а такой просто как бы, ну вот я. Хотя, может, я ошибаюсь. Но вот он пока что самый такой, какой-то интересный, мне кажется, теперь. Да. Мне вот так вот они были видны.
I would like to come in.
I am sorry, sir, but that is not possible for the moment.
Can you tell me where I can find Duke Manuel, please?
Alas, I do not know, sir. I can only assure you he is not in the small salon.
Why do you ask?
Sir Gregory's orders, sir.
Very well. Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
О! Здорово, братан.
Duke Manuel?
Well, well. Monsieur de Richet, I was not expecting you. I am not in the mood, sir, I warn you. What do you want from me, sir?
Так. Годой. Мы про него знаем нихуя. Ну, вот как? Я не понимаю. Показывает слабость и устойчивость. То есть ничего из этого у него ни слабость, ни устойчивость получается, или что?
I've come to warn you that Volner is looking for you.
For what reason?
Huh? That? I don't know. He didn't say.
Well, he can wait. Thank you, sir. Just tell me one thing, monsieur. Why did you side with Mortimer? He is alone, isolated. The United States can do nothing to help you, and France is surrounded by over 10 countries, just waiting for the word to pounce. Really. I do not see why you choose Mortimer.
The Golden Order, my friend. The Order is everywhere. We come from France. We are President of the United States, England, and many other countries. We have ambitions and the means to carry them out. You'll see, once all hell breaks out and your English support starts to fade away. The Order is an international organization. It matters little what governments do. Otherwise, why would Mortimer have gone to the trouble of inviting my mother?
If you are right, Sir Gregory has got it all wrong. Tell me, do you really believe Spain has any interest in ceding Louisiana to France?
Duke Manuel, for Spain, I don't know. But for you, I'm convinced that Lord Mortimer will thank you generously.
You would not be trying to bribe me, would you?
Nothing could be further from my mind. It would be an insult to believe that someone such as yourself might have a practical attitude towards its virtue. Even so, it is only natural that you be supported and encouraged if you were to follow Lord Mortimer, isn't it?
Indeed, for services rendered, it would be natural for me to receive compensation for the time spent achieving such an undertaking, yes?
Naturally. And, given your status, my Lord Duke, the compensation would have to be considerable.
Naturally. Tell me one last thing. What would I gain from all this?
I'm sure that Lord Mortimer will be very appreciative. He's always supported those who have given him help. And you know well that he has every means to do so.
That at least is true.
Come on, you fool, give it up. You're trapped like a rat.
Monsieur, I am astounded.
Коммуникабельно, что? Политика +1. Так я тут сейчас, блядь, скиллов накачаю.
I did not think you capable, but you have succeeded. I will be more wary of you the next time. Nonetheless, if you can guarantee Lord Mortimer's support, then yes, you can count on my vote when the time comes. However, I expect you to be discreet with regard to my former partners, without which our agreement will become null and void.
Of course, my Lord Duke. You can count on me. Lord Mortimer will be delighted to hear the news.
I hope you know what you are getting into, Louis. I bid you good luck.
Good night, my Lord Duke.
See you tomorrow.
Well, that's one thing out of the way. Only thing left to do is wait for the conference to resume tomorrow morning.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough. Duke Manuel Godoy. Huh, that's me.
Good evening, Monsieur le Français.
Duchess, you're here. What a charming surprise. I'm beginning to think you can't be without me.
You have managed to penetrate my armor, sir. Am I disturbing you, perhaps?
That's not what I said.
Ah, by the way, you surprised me during the conference.
Why's that?
Well, you are going to lose. Why stay with Lord Mortimer?
I believe he has every chance of winning.
My, you are a rash one. However, if ever you want to change sides, please feel free to let me know.
But tell me, you didn't come here to try and make me change my mind, did you?
That's the last thing on my mind, although you would have everything to gain by it.
There's no point trying to persuade me. Don't hold it against me.
Of course not, silly. Louis, if you trust me, you ought to ask yourself why I have chosen home. You do trust me, don't you?
Of course, Emily. You know you have my full trust.
Louis, you're lying. That's not good. Any more of that and I might get upset. Admit, though, that it does make you think. There's still time, you know. Join us before it's too late.
I admit, you've sown the seed of doubt. But I don't know how Lord Mortimer's gonna take my last minute change of mind.
Don't worry yourself about that, really. It's only discussions and verbal jousting. No one's going to die, whatever happens, and Sir Gregory will be there to support you.
Very well. You can count on me to join your side then. But don't tell anyone until the vote.
Promise. We'll make a good team. You'll see.
Tell me, are these visits to Mortimer's always so intense?
Yes and no. My sister doesn't normally disappear like she has. Any news of your mother?
Still nothing. And you? Any news of your sister?
No, but knowing her, I'm persuaded she's on someone's trail. You'll see.
И, короче,
She'll
захуесосил.
surprise
Я на
us
самом
all.
деле думал,
If
там
only you
дадут
knew,
типа поколебаться.
You're right.
Я не
We
хотел с
must
ней...
remain positive. I'm sure it won't be long before she turns
Я не
up.
хотел с ней
My
соглашаться.
thoughts too.
Я хотел
She
сделать
is
вид.
Duchess Hillsborough, after all.
Но в
And
любом
as
случае...
such, she is capable
Ладно.
of anything.
I am sure that you'll appreciate her. You'll see.
No doubt about that.
And it might turn out that you prefer her to me. Who knows?
Rest assured, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm sure she's very nice, but there is only one Emily Hillsborough.
We shall see. Can we change subject, please? I didn't come here to go through all that again.
Of course, it's late. You're right.
Come, Louis.
My friends, do not worry. I assure you that Lord Mortimer's plan will never see the light of day. I shall deal with informing our allies, but for the time being, I need you to make a stand.
What do you think about Monsieur de Richet?
I don't know yet. I feel there's great potential in him. He looks like he can be trusted. And Duchess Hillsborough, why isn't she here? She's busy. Don't worry about her.
Oh, isn't it time to replace her?
Not so fast, sir. She is an important figure. You ought to have a little more faith in her. What are we going to do about Washington? He will be a hard nut to crack. On our chessboard, he is Mortimer's king. Don't worry. Mr. President only wants one thing. To keep his dear America united. He won't jeopardize everything he has achieved on a whim. He has been serving Mortimer for quite some time. It won't be easy to bring him around. Do you feel all right, Mr. Godoy? You haven't said a word.
Please, excuse me, gentlemen. I feel tired.
Oh, I see. I think it is high time you left us then. Now!
Прикольно, эта штука не пропадает.
Emily? Emily? Are you there?
Sir, the conference is about to begin. You are expected in the conference room.
Tell them I'm coming. Thank you.
Come on, Louis. The game is back on.
My friends, the conference is about to begin. Please excuse me if I troubled you last night with my project. I understand that you might well have a few questions to ask. As you know, the final vote will be cast in a few days. This morning's aim is to answer your questions and check the temperature of your respective positions so that we may reach a greater understanding.
As always, Lord Mortimer.
We parted in perfect disagreement, my lord. Where would you like us to take it from?
Come, sir. Please let William believe he still has a chance of winning us over. Otherwise, his imprecations will lack panache, and we shall be bored stiff.
Oh, let me reassure you, I am convinced that a good night's sleep has brought sound advice, and that this morning will be even more interesting. Therefore, I would like to go around the table in order to hear everyone's first impressions.
Well, I am still firmly against it, even though my choice won't count.
Against.
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 And you, Duke Manuel?
Well, you see, it is more complicated and it...
Godoy?
Calm, Gregory. Don't try to impress my guests, please.
They are not your guests.
Gregory, anyone under my roof is by definition my guest. You included. I would be very grateful if you would let my guests speak. Duke Manuel, you were saying you still had some doubts?
Well, you see, the situation has changed since last night.
What's going on here, my Lord Duke?
You see, I gave it some thought during the night. New arguments have come to light.
What do you mean, Duke Manuel?
Sir Gregory, I regret to inform you that Spain will not support you in this operation. I vote for. Moreover, in response to arguments brought to my attention, I declare war on France.
What? What is he doing?
If you think France is afraid of you, you are dreaming.
Over 10 nations rise against you, young man. And you behave like a yapping little dog?
When the French armies are at your door, my Lord Duke, you will change your tune. Well, as for me, I am for Lord Mortimer's project, despite Duchess Hillsborough's overwhelmingly convincing nocturnal attentions.
What? So Emily was playing at trying to win over guests last night?
It was nothing more than a friendly little chat, of course.
How could it be otherwise? And by the way, remember me to your husband when you see him. And you, President Washington, what is your position?
4, of course.
Well, that leaves just yourself and Monsieur Peru, Louis.
You're all making me sick. Look at yourselves.
What?
You are pathetic!
Have you been drinking or what?
There you are, quibbling away. My Lord Duke this, and Madame Duchess that. You know very well that we're nothing but puppets on a damn string.
Jacques, really?
Let's end the charade. It's over!
Jacques.
My lord, thank you for everything you've done for me over the years. But it didn't come for free. And now I see the price is too high to pay. I'll stop.
Come, Jacques, we'll talk it over.
No, I'm finished. I want my freedom back, my lord. I shall no longer work for you.
Wait!
De Richet, you just can't help it, can you? Stop trying to play the hero, man!
Так, у него психология точно минус, это инфосотка. Мы это выяснили, когда читали... Вот. Слабость психологии.
Monsieur, I know I don't really know you, but you seem like a decent person.
I have done so many horrible things!
You blame yourself, I can see that. Everything's not lost.
I don't want to do bad things anymore.
You can take control of yourself again. You can fix whatever it is you've done.
Do you really believe that?
Of course, Jacques. You'll have all the time you need. Look, you've done as much as you can. You have nothing to fear. Your daughter is safe.
Shut up!
Блять! Интересно, она сохранилась уже или нет, если я сейчас попробую ее как-нибудь, блять, перезапустить. Или как-то в главное меню может выйти, попробовать заново начать. Я, блять, вообще параша какая-то. Бля, ну это такая долгая глава была. Там начиная с мамы, блядь, все нужно, все, что я сегодня делал, все придется переделывать, да, блядь. Суки, не дают даже шанса. Не дают даже шанса. 250. Не дают даже шанса. Ладно, похер. Зря про дочь сказал.
I don't understand. I spoke to him only recently.
Monsieur Peru has lost his mind. It's obvious.
Yet another way for the French to make a spectacle of themselves. Well, once again it has worked.
My friends, let us settle down, please. We are all in shock, of course. Let us praise Louis's gesture anyway. You did what you could.
Yes, it was very noble of you, Louis.
It wasn't your fault.
There was nothing else you could have done.
I think everyone needs a little rest. Can you stay a moment?
Of course.
Louis, I wanted to talk to you a moment about what has happened. All this is tragic, but I wanted to thank you for doing what you could.
I wasn't able to save him.
You couldn't, Louis. You mustn't blame yourself. It is not your fault.
Мне интересно просто перезагрузка на каком
Louis,
этапе.
I wanted to talk to you a moment about what has happened. All this is tragic.
Даже с начала
But I wanted to
разговора,
thank
блядь.
you for doing what you could.
I wasn't able to save him.
You couldn't, Louis. You mustn't blame yourself. It is not your fault.
Как я мог это знать? Я этого не видел в видениях. У меня другое видение было.
Of course, but I thought I could help him.
I guess it was too late. Don't torture yourself. Look what you've done. I admire what you did. Who else among all these great luminaries of the modern world even raised a finger? No one. You were the only one who tried to do anything. What a waste.
What are your plans now?
What do you mean?
For the conference. After the disappearances of both Elizabeth Adams and my mother, and now the death of Mr. Perlu, I should imagine that your guests are all packing their bags.
This might come as a bit of a shock to you, perhaps because it was so difficult to bring all these figures together. But I am convinced that none of them is preparing to leave.
Are you serious?
They are all very experienced politicians, and though they are, of course, affected by the situation, they know full well that such an opportunity will not come again for a long, long time, if ever. They each represent their nation, and know full well that what is at stake here is far greater than the death of poor Monsieur Peru. You'll see. I am confident that they will all be ready to resume the conference.
If you say so. Allow me to take my leave, please.
Of course. You ought to get some rest. Oh, Louis, one more thing, please. I wanted to thank you for your support during the conference. You've made the right choice, and it gives me tremendous satisfaction to have you with me on this project.
And much good may it do you, my lord. But look at the voters. It needs to be unanimous. And we just lost Peru. The battle is already lost, if you ask me.
Trust me, Louis. We still have a few more cards to play. You'll see. Anything can happen in politics.
I'll see you later, my lord.
I'll see you later, Louis.
Наверное, быстрее будет в эту сторону, нет?
Monsieur Johann van Vulner. President George Washington.
Так, да, в его комнате мы плазили, он нарколыга.
Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
Когда мы к нему в комнату проберемся уже?
Huh, that's me.
Next time, I'll listen to my mother. Not a day has gone by without something happening to me. What now?
Louis, open up, please.
Coming, Mr. President, I'm coming.
Louis. Ah, there you are at last.
Yes,
I just saw your mother. She was accompanied by Emily, and they both went into the Duchess's room. I tried to join them, but I was refused entry. Louis, this does not bode well.
Oh, shit. Emily might want to avenge your sister. I must act quickly. You're right, Mr. President. Thank you.
Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi. Duke Manuel Godoy. Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
I do believe that's Emily's voice. I can't understand what she's saying. I can't open it. It must be blocked on the other side. I'll have to find another way in, quick. Emily! Emily, are you there? Answer me. Emily!
Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte.
to get inside Emily's room through the... Shit! It's locked. Huh. It's as if there are several people inside.
Once again, you're the one who's the victim in all this. What are you on about now? I should never have told you what happened to me.
A letter from William Pitt the Younger, addressed to
I'm
Emily.
not that naive.
He's the present Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. He has indeed some powerful backers. Madam, thank you for consoling the Queen.
Мадам, благодарю вас за заботу о королеве. Королю с каждым днем становится хуже, но я полагаю, припадок скоро пройдет. Не могли бы вы при встрече попросить Ее Величество обсудить с супругом мое ходатайство о повышении налогов? Я делаю все возможное, чтобы спасти страну от разрухи, но, к сожалению, из-за душевного недуга короля действовать быстро не получается. Заранее благодарю за помощь. Уильям Питт, премьер-министр Королевства Великобритании.
Two coils circle the lock.
Dear Gregory,
Уважаемый Грегори, благодарю вас за информацию. Мне удалось немного разузнать об этих людях. Джорджу Вашингтону можно доверять. Несмотря на политические успехи, он остался честным человеком. С другой стороны, как вам известно, он уже ведет дела с лордом Мортимером. Получить его доверие будет сложно. О Наполеоне Бонапарте я до сегодняшнего дня ничего не слышала. Это пылкий молодой офицер французской армии, которому Мортимер пророчит великое будущее. Будьте осторожны, он человек твердых убеждений, а потому, на мой взгляд, опасный противник. Что касается Сары де Рише, мне нечего сказать, вы уже знакомы. Судя по всему, лорд Мортимер пригласил ее из-за парижской шумихи вокруг заказчика того ограбления. До скорой встречи.
Queen Charlotte. All the royal family of England is there from what I can tell. A letter from William Pitt the Elder addressed to Emily. He was the English Prime Minister. This letter dates from 15 years ago now. Madam.
Мадам, никогда не устану благодарить вас за проявленную заботу и внимание. Я у вас в долгу до конца своих дней. Простите чего угодно, я все сделаю. Что касается моего сына Уильяма, я безмерно благодарен вам за помощь. Вы знаете его предпочтения и скоро сами поймете, что он в вас нуждается. Как мы и договаривались с королевой Шарлоттой, наш друг, герцог Хиллсбороу, выполнит свое поручение и встретится с вами в течение полугода. После этого вы позабудете, что такое нужда. Искренне ваш Уильям Питт, граф Чатам.
A devil's thorn, to be used to uncover the best disguised traits. What on earth is... You... Mother?
How dare you do this to me? You can talk. After everything I've done for you. You are joking, I hope, right? I gave you my life. That's enough, Emma. Now that Louis is here, you will leave Sarah alone. Cease your revenge immediately. What? If you think you're going to... Louis, help me, I beg you. I can no longer reason with her. I am Emily. Quit playing games. What? Honestly, don't be ridiculous. No. I am Emily. You are wasting your time. Louis knows very well how to tell us apart. After everything we've been through together.
Yes, well...
Don't you dare bring him into this. This is between you and me. I ask for nothing more, so stop taking it out on Sarah. You prissy little bitch! How dare you! Now that I've told you everything, you want to take my place, do you? You are joking, I hope. I'm the one who told you everything that's been going on while you were away. Go on then. That's what you want, isn't it? You want to kill me. Go on then, shoot! After all the trouble I've gone through to find you. Go on. What are you waiting for? Here, Louis, take this.
Wait, what's going...
An entire life for this. Go on, shoot! Sorry, Louis, I can't shoot her. She's my sister. That's enough, Emma. Louis, out of the way. She's dangerous. Don't trust her. What are you trying to do? Louis, out of the way. I am not Emma. Come on, Louis, tell her who the real Emily is.
Wait,
That's right, Louis. I'm fed up with this little game. Tell him who the real Emily is.
Why do these things always happen to me?
Well, Louis, come on, you know how to tell us apart, right?
Yes, but I'd like to ask you a few questions to make sure there's no doubt.
Rational and open, Louis. Let's see. How can I tell them apart? Wait, I've got an idea.
On the night of our arrival, you handed me something. I wasn't feeling very well, and you handed me something. What was it?
My handkerchief, and you stained it with your blood. You still have it, as a matter of fact. But she already knows all this, Louis. It's a waste of time.
Right. Let's find something else. Ah, yes. Let's speak about my arrival at the manor.
Слабость психологии, устойчивость логика.
On the night of our arrival, we were warming ourselves in front of the fire. Mortimer welcomed us in a very odd way. What happened?
It won't work, Louis. It wasn't Mortimer who welcomed us. It was Sir Gregory. Sorry, Louis. I already told her.
Very well.
Let's try something else.
On the first night, we went up to bed, but I wasn't tired. I went for a little stroll.
Блять. Ну, сейчас. Стрим надо посмотреть, блять, вчерашний, что там было вообще. Я вообще не помню, что там.
А чего ты сидишь со включенным светом, если он тебе мешает?
Я, когда ел, включил его и забыл выключить.
Собаки все сделали.
А вот ты вывела собак? Клево.
Хирочка 2 раза покакала.
Кирочку тошнит? Кота? А кота-то что тошнит? God damn you, kid. Так, у Эмили устойчивость к допросу и к логике.
Do you remember if we saw each other that night or not?
No, not after going up to bed. That doesn't prove a thing. I was the one who told you that. Don't think you're going to get away with this deception so easily. I can assure you, you're going to regret pretending to be me once Louis has exposed you.
Right. I don't think I'll get very far like this. I'll have to find something better.
Oh, I don't think I'll even wait until he's finished.
Take it easy now.
Are you mad, Louis?
Lower your arm.
I better act quickly if I don't want things to get out of hand.
Come on, she's putting one over on you. Look at yourself for crying out loud. You were prepared to shoot me down.
In the secret room behind the study. Talk to them about what you've been doing. Maybe they haven't spoken about it between each other yet.
On the night of the disappearance of Elizabeth Adams.
What about it? What do you want to know about that night?
Remember? How did you manage to vanquish the Medusa?
Sword toward the Gorgon, Gorgon toward the shield, shield toward the sword. Lantern toward the shield. Of course, I told her how to do it. That's enough! I've had enough of this charade. Louis, there's only one way to tell us apart. There's just one thing I didn't tell her about in detail. Too bad for you, Emma. I didn't want it to come to this, but you leave me no choice. Ask her about you and I. You just lost, Emma. I indeed didn't tell you everything about it. Come, Louis. Speak about our intimacy.
Very well. Let's talk about us. Last night, we spent the night together. But beforehand, you insisted on talking about my choices during the conference. Why?
I beg your pardon? Louis, I did not go to see you last night.
What? Huh?
Now your true identity is exposed. What did you do? I didn't tell you everything, little sister. I never told you about this episode, so you know nothing of what happened last night between Louis and me. You dirty slut. What did you do?
That's enough, both of you. Now I know who the real Emily is. It's you, Emily.
No, Louis! She is manipulating you!
No. It's her. I know it. Despite all the trouble you've gone to put one over on me, I know it is her.
That's enough now, Emma. You little slut. Don't think you are going to get away with this so easily. You are going to stop your little game right now. Never. I am Duchess Hills. No.
Emily?
I am the Duchess.
But...
You don't. Dear God, what have I done? See what you've done. See?
Louis?
Mother!
What on earth is...
Go away. You must go. Everyone is going to arrive.
Louis, what's going on?
Duchess, is everything all right?
Come on, Louis. There's nothing more you can do.
But I...
Leave us.
Emily, what's going on?
Mother, go to the crypt. I'll meet you there.
I'll be waiting for you.
Emily.
Madam, I am coming in.
It was bound to end like this, Louis. Let me stay with her. Please. Go. I'll cover you.
Блядь, не мое. А, это Наполеон.
Good God! They're all here. They must have heard the gunshot.
Where is Lord Mortimer?
Can anyone hear anything through the door?
Did you hear that? I was not dreaming, was I?
Certainly not, Duke Godoy.
What's going on?
Someone had the bang coming from the Duchess's room, and she isn't answering. Gentlemen, go back to your rooms. Go back to your rooms. I shall find out from Lord Mortimer what this is all about. Thank you.
A cache.
Может быть, ты бы чайничек поставил? А, у тебя маска, окей. Короче, я тут что-то, блядь, нахуесосил с выборами, просто жесть.
Circe.
Pound.
Ну да, наверное, меня в сад выведет, да? Прямо до конца. Там направо через малую гостиную, если меня сюда пустят вообще. Ой, а что ты, Хирочка, пришел и спрятался там в углу около балкона? Хирыч, ты чего? Тебя никто не пугал. Никто не наезжал. Привет. Наркоман, значит? А Лакшанчик где? Лакшанчик? Лакшери? А где Лакшан? Потерялся? Лакшан, ты куда пропал? А, Лакшан тут лежит. Лакшанчик, а что ты не отзываешься, когда тебя зовут? Кирыч, goddamn you. Что ты там устроивски?
A fragment of amber. Honey, the remedy of the gods.
Блять, Кит пришел. А чё у Кита голова мокрая? М? Не знаешь? Ладно. Кит ты некий дурник.
Louis! At last, there you are.
Mother, wait,
Come, we have to be quick.
No, wait, Mother,
Time is running out, Louis. First, we must...
No! That's enough. I won't go a step further unless you explain to me what is going on here. I'm begging you. Talk to me.
You must trust me, my son. You are not ready yet.
You're the one who should trust me. Tell me what's happening.
You would never believe me.
I came all the way here for you. Now I've found you. I'm ready, Mother.
If only... Louis, I have always taught you to keep your mind open and logical. I know you are going to find it hard to believe, but what I am going to reveal to you is entirely true. Many years ago, I found out that demons really do live among us.
I beg your pardon?
And that they can influence our thoughts.
Mother, listen to yourself. I know you're exhausted, but for crying out loud, listen to what you're saying. Demons? What next? An ancient monster with a head like an octopus? What do your demons look like? Have they got horns and a pointed tail?
No, these are not creatures with billy goat's legs. Forget your Christian folklore. Imagine them more as parasitic spirits. They possess their hosts and direct them from inside.
Parasitic spirits?
Yes, they are capable of going from one body to another as they see fit. And 2 of them are present on this island.
Right. So let me guess. Lord Mortimer and Sir Gregory, right?
You felt it too?
No, even if Home does look the part. But I don't know who else could do it, given that we're on their territory.
Many years ago, well before you were born, I crossed paths with one of them. Since then, I've spent my life trying to find it again. When we recovered the Alizif, I was persuaded that von Burchard was working for this demon in one way or another. But I thought he would hand the book to a middleman during this conference. That's where I made an error that could well turn out to be fatal. The one who Burchard was meant to give the book to was none other than the demon in person, Mortimer. Not to mention that Home had sent Volner to get it for him.
Home and Mortimer are demons?
They both seem to disagree about many things, but I'll admit I never knew exactly why. There are many of them, Louis, not just those 2.
Mother, have you any proof to support any of this?
Of course, but you do too. You had everything laid out in front of you. Didn't you notice anything?
Well, those property deeds across the world, all signed by the same hand, and over several centuries.
I am proud of you, Louis.
I found your notes, written in lemon juice.
Where all eyes size you up. At one stage, I was so afraid of losing my mind that I noted everything down. Congratulations, Louis. Wait, please tell me you didn't open Pandora's box.
The urn? No, I didn't. Why?
Good. We'll deal with it later.
I came across his family tree, in his study.
An only son.
Since the Third Crusade.
The fall of St. John of Acre, Louis. The fall of St. John of Acre.
I went beyond the Nightmare Mother.
You understood the Masonic date.
1191.
Of course! It was during that siege that the demon took possession of Sir Mortimer. They spent a whole night in conversation until the early hours of the morning. Mortimer had passed the test. He had charmed the demon, and so it chose him to be its host for centuries to come. But tell me, did you find his secret study?
I did indeed.
Did you see his maps of the world?
He has contacts the world over.
Yes, I've been developing the Golden Order across the world for many years, and I've never seen anyone with such influence. It's simply inhuman.
I must admit, I found it difficult to understand how and why Mortimer didn't have a place in history.
On the continent, Mortimer and Home are mere dandies who organize society balls. History forgets them with a disconcerting facility. No one speaks about them, and yet they whisper in the ears of kings and presidents.
You mean the conference?
How can you explain that someone manages to bring together so many important figures without anyone knowing?
And without any security or personnel.
Louis, I am proud of you. You came all this way. You found me. You have surpassed me.
You taught me everything I know. Right. How did it all begin?
I saw him.
What do you mean you saw him?
I was 20 years old. I was young and carefree. I traveled the world in search of adventure. In the Persian Gulf, we came across an ancient grimoire that became unlocked. composed of 7 parts. Each one was a book in itself, set in a sort of metal armor that structured the whole thing. When all the volumes were brought together, they formed a single book. On my return to Paris, I set to studying these pages. I spent all my days and nights studying them.
Oh, I can imagine you doing that.
But the writing was in a language I had never seen before, developed well before Sumerian, in my opinion. So I got the idea to form a small occult circle composed of all the major names in the occult world to see if anyone else could crack it.
And you found no one.
And I found someone, Louis. I found him, or rather he found me. He was young, charismatic, he was flamboyant.
You mean Mortimer?
He was a veritable mine of knowledge. I showed him the book, and he was able to decipher a few passages. We spent several months together studying the pages.
Ой, я сейчас откажусь его сыном, что ли, блядь?
He was already old in those days, wasn't he? So you recognized him when you arrived on the island, right?
No, he wasn't in that body. But I know it was him. I swear it was him. The way he spoke, his posture, a few of his intonations, his mannerisms.
Wait a minute. You were talking about 60 years ago. I've lost the thread.
Yes, sorry. He helped me understand certain passages until I realized that he only translated a few parts for me. But I had aroused his interest. It was too late.
How so?
I mean to say he manipulated me. He used me, and in the end, he stole the book with all its secrets.
Did he ever go to your place?
Not once. At least I don't think so. But before disappearing, he proposed a pact between us. He proposed that I follow him and let him teach me, allow him to bring me up.
And you accepted?
Please don't be stupid. You don't make deals with the devil. After that, I spent my whole life looking for him. 3 years later, in Berlin, I just missed him. In London, I lost 6 members of the order in a chase. In 1741, in Tunisia, I found a sect of fanatics who had crossed paths with him once. 1741, in Poland. 1749, in India.
8 years ago in Venice.
We agreed never to speak about what happened in Venice, Louis.
You agreed, and that was before you spoke to me about demons. Wait. The baby we delivered, you and me, that night in Venice, did he have anything to do with Lord Mortimer?
The child was his son.
We stole his son? Are you insane? I always thought we took him to save him.
That was the case. It was precisely to save him from his father.
Need I remind you the mother died during childbirth? What became of the child?
Later. For the moment, that is not the key issue here. Once we found the Al-Azif in Paris, I followed von Borchart's trail here. I didn't think it would lead me straight to the demon. It was careless of me. He toyed with me for a few days, until I caught on, until I saw him as he was. But he had no intention of letting me leave. We are all his pawns, Louis, and if we don't want to spend the rest of our lives turning round in circles here, we must absolutely get off this island. All right, can we move on?
Wait a minute. One last thing.
У них тут 3 женщины, девушки в игре. Элизабет, Эмили и Эмма. Как они, блядь, полагают, что я их буду различать?
I want to know what happened with Elizabeth Adams.
Louis, we haven't time for those details.
I'm sorry, Mother, but I want to know.
She was one of the receptacles for these monsters. I met her parents when she was born. One of the demons got inside her. The demon used her to spy on her father, John Adams. He is one of the founding fathers and vice president of the United States, you know.
Mortimer possessed her?
No, I don't think it was Mortimer. Her father, John Adams, hired me to tend to her, but the evil in her was too deep. In spite of the various treatments I tried on her, I never succeeded in getting it out of her. It's not something I'm proud of, Louis, but I had to try everything.
Do you know who killed her?
Absolutely not.
I want to know what happened between you and Emily's sister.
Great responsibility often brings difficult choices, Louis. That's all you need to know.
Mother, I won't take a step further if you don't answer me.
You dare blackmail me?
I'm listening.
All right, I used her. So there you are. Happy now? We had the Al-Azif, and I didn't think we would be able to escape with it. In order to ensure that the book did not fall into their hands, or that one of them couldn't read in us where we had hidden it, I asked Emily to...
It's Emma.
Yes, or rather for me, it was Emily. So I asked Emma to hide it without anyone seeing, and then I disposed of her. I am sorry for her, but she was part of the Golden Order, Louis. She knew the rules when she joined.
Я не понимаю, как она могла ее убить, если она в итоге жива оказалась. Да. Ой, блядь, как, что?
What did you negotiate about the Al-Azif with Volner?
Absolutely nothing. I managed to pull the wool over his eyes until I found a way to flee.
What was going on with the cannons in Tuscany?
It was nothing.
Since when does the Order finance wars?
The cannons for that Bonaparte fellow? Listen. Once in the lion's den, I did whatever I could to appear legitimate. So yes, I pretended to be interested in Mortimer's project about a young military man who was seeking funding for a foundry in Tuscany. Between you and me, if buying China would have enabled me to escape, I would have signed without hesitation.
Samuel Ritter du Choix, you wanted to send me a letter about Godoy.
I wanted you to run a check on Duke Manuel. But frankly, it doesn't really matter anymore now. Godoy is just a pawn like the others. He is not the one I was looking for.
On the evening of my arrival, Cardinal Piaggi came looking for you. He was determined to give you a letter.
More of his lists. Louis, I think I know what's in that letter, and I beseech you to believe that it is the least of our worries. We can sort that out later.
Are you going to tell me what happened to your hand?
Better than that. I shall show you.
Все. Это там замок. Я вчера читал в его секретной этой комнате, что там есть какой-то замок. Она, видимо, пыталась что-то открыть, и ей нахрен руку оторвало. И мы сейчас будем открывать этот замок.
Good. I think that's about right. We shall speak about it once we get back to France.
Great actions for humanity have been decided by demons for centuries, Louis. They are playing with our destiny. We are their slaves. And it's time for it to stop. By the way, what was Mortimer's project at this conference?
He wants the United States to occupy all the North American territory. France should recover Louisiana and give it to the United States. In that case, the Americans would just have to push west to chase the Spanish from the continent once and for all.
And as Mortimer controls Washington, you may just as well say that it will put him at the head of a world superpower. We should do our utmost to put a stop to Mortimer's plans. But for the time being, there are more pressing matters.
Are you going to tell me why we're here?
There. That's why we are here.
Reassure me, we aren't going to have to force that one, are we?
I don't think we're even capable of doing it. You're going to have to find a way to open it.
Why, of course. And what's inside?
Something to vanquish them with?
Perfect. So, how does it open?
We'll need several keys. I found a note from the architect who conceived the mechanism in Mortimer's secret study. We have to first gather 6 objects before we try anything.
Блять, она говорит 6 object, мне переводят внизу субтитрами 5 артефактов. Вы что,
Are your
прикалываетесь?
6 objects the keys?
Exactly. We have the Clement III cross, the
Крест,
nails, the
гвозди,
Gutenberg Bible,
Библия,
the exegesis of Judas,
Иуда,
an armillary sphere, and all we
Армиллярия.
need to match up the dates between the different calendars.
Но записка архитектора я ее читал уже.
Why a cross?
Well, I haven't the foggiest idea, but it just so happens that's what you are going to use to activate the mechanism. I found the one Mortimer kept. It belonged to Cardinal Guibert, better known by the name of Pope Clement III.
Perfect. Where is it?
Unfortunately, I've lost it. When I lost my hand, I went dashing out, and it must have fallen from my pocket.
Well, otherwise I can always go and see Piaggi. He's a cardinal after all.
Some nails?
Don't ask me. I'm not the one who made the mechanism, you know. When I arrived, there were already a few of them inserted, so I didn't have to worry about those. On the other hand, I remember seeing some in Mortimer's secret study, behind his nightmare.
And a golden cup? Yes. Yes, I saw them too.
Perfect. It will be easy for you to find them then. You need 3 of them.
Very well.
You remember what to do about the rollers. 1191 to enter, and 6466 to exit.
Of course. An exegesis. Anything else?
Did you manage to vanquish the Medusa?
To open the chimney? Yes, absolutely.
So you've already come across it. It's the Bible of Judas that is exposed in the secret
Да, я
room
помнил о
behind
том.
the chimney.
Why do they call it an exegesis?
Because that's what it is, and not an apocryphal Bible, strictly speaking. It's the study of a text with a summary, not an actual Bible. Anyway, well done for the Gorgon. You did well. You didn't get tricked by the light bouncing back.
Thanks. Do you think I can take it safely?
We haven't got a choice, Louis. Without it, we won't be able to work out this cursed mechanism.
Ну, Библию это мы по ней там это.
That's right.
You still believe it's in the tower room, don't you?
I don't know. There is only one way to find out, though.
Right. I shall go and see. There's one in the portrait gallery.
Yes, but it's enormous. If you don't want to have to go back and forth several times, then I suggest you get a smaller one.
What did you do then?
I didn't think I'd need one. I started without one, and I lost my hand before I did need one. And you can see the result.
What do you mean by the concordance of dates exactly?
Don't worry about that. We already have them. They are written on the back of the message I just gave you. One last thing before you go. Be very careful. If you come across anyone, they can all potentially be spies of Mortimer or Holm. Don't ever confide in anyone because a demon can slip inside them at any moment.
Wait, not all of them though. Take Washington.
Especially Washington. He's been conditioned by Mortimer for years. Look at them, for crying out loud. How do you explain their behavior otherwise? The most influential politicians in the Western world gather together without the least protection, without a single aid to assist them, to participate in a conference during which the guests start dropping like flies. Me, Adams, Peru, Hillsborough. Look at the number of calamities that have happened over the past few days. And not one of them has asked to leave the island? Do you find that normal? You'll see. Go up to the manor to look for the keys, and I wager not one of them will speak to you about my being in Emily's room.
Do you think so?
Go on, you'll see. And come back with all the objects in one go. Time is against us. And remember, the code to get out of the secret office is 6646.
Блять, у меня просто английский расходится с субтитрами. Она говорит 6646, и мне пишут 6466.
You ought to go, Louis. If someone finds us here, the situation might well become seriously complicated.
What on earth is that? A disc with information engraved in the metal? An iris that should open, I imagine, and blood. Famous cross of Clement III. Perfect. In one... He found.
Так, ну, найс, ключи поискали, проверяй. Так.
Hey, a Russian ruble. I wonder what it'd be worth today.
Так. Что за сфера? Если все остальное я еще плюс-минус знаю, где искать, то что за сфера? Тем более поменьше. Большая, это, судя по всему, такая огромная хрень, которая висела. Я еще на нее пыжил. Она красивая такая. Типа на какой-то глобус похоже. Нет? Во, вот это она?
Right. It's definitely an armillary sphere, but I have to find one that I can take with me. Otherwise, I risk drawing too much attention to my comings and goings. Now, where can I find a smaller one?
О, спасибо.
Как тебе пицца?
Очень вкусно, дуже смачно. У тебя вот на носе маска. Вот здесь будет Библия. Ага, это склеп. Пирс. На пирсе, кстати, книга должна лежать. Так-то. Так, я где-то тут рядом.
Right. Let's see if the statues are in place yet.
Devil's Thorn. I'll keep it.
Так, что мы делали? У нас этот на него щит. На меч. Ну, вроде да.
The sword toward the Gorgon. That's good. It's in the right place. That statue is not positioned correctly. Open sesame. The Ring of the Nibelungs. Even if Mortimer is several centuries old, I don't see what part he has in this legend.
Так, ну что, ящик Пандоры, пойдем откроем.
So that's Pandora's box? An urn? Mother seemed worried that I was able to open it. I wonder why. So that's the exegesis of Judas. I hope Mortimer doesn't read it very often, otherwise he's going to notice that someone's stolen it. But that's just too bad. I need it. Given all the relics preserved here, it wouldn't surprise me if Mortimer claimed it was Excalibur. Caesar's laurel wreath. If Mortimer really is what my mother says he is, it could mean... No, that's impossible. No, not Caesar. Right. I've got what I need. Now let's not waste any more time.
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service day and night, sir.
As I was unable to bring my personal effects with me, I was wondering if you could find me a few items.
Of course, sir. What would you require?
Считаю, что в каждом эпизоде нужно было обнулять этого чувака. И вообще обнулять какие-то вещи. Ну, то есть... Ну, фиг его знает, ладно. Хотя мне вроде хватает. Я вроде с запасом бегаю. Но это потому, что я в ноль, по сути, выхожу. Ладно. А где все? Ну, типа, я просто бегаю по дворцу, блядь, никого нет. Че, меня никто не застукает даже? Блять. Принеси салфеточку, пожалуйста, быстрей. Ну, лучше напиздел, блять, как Даунич, а сам... Ох. Во, вот еще вверху такая большая. Но от большой толку-то нет. Маленькая, нужно сказать. Короче.
Right. This time it'll be a lot quicker.
Слышите? Перевод этой игры на русский язык, субтитры, исправляет неточности оригинала. Они на английском пиздят, они неправильно говорят. Она говорит, тебе нужно найти 6 ключей. И начинает перечислять, и перечисляет 5. А у меня в русских субтитрах написано 5. Потом она мне напоминает пароль, который... ну, я давно в начале там игры набирал, а тут мне нужно вернуться в это место, и она такая, как бы, пароль такой-то, такой-то. И она говорит, типа, 6646. Не, она говорит 6466, а по-русски мне пишут 6646, то есть две цифры в середине меняют местами. Но по-русски то, как мне субтитры пишут, это правильно, потому что я этот пароль уже набирал.
Удивительный момент, когда субтитры лучше оригинала.
Прикинь?
Такого вообще бывает?
И причем у меня бомбило в первом эпизоде, что не совпадала фамилия чувака. Они его называли сэр Холм по фамилии, а мне по-русски переводили его сэр Грегори по имени. И начиная со второго эпизода, они его стали на английском называть сэр Грегори, так как у меня в первом эпизоде субтитры мне и говорили. То есть, блядь, что-то у меня так бомбит. Ты хочешь ко мне тут это затусить?
Да.
В Нижнем Танго?
Да. Не знаю, что это значит, но да.
Это секс.
Это секс? Нижняя танго? Это секс?
Да.
Это
могла бы и секс.
Ну, какой секс зачем-то? Не знаю, что такое секс. Никогда я не знала.
Не хочешь послушать, что у меня в игре? А мне интересно, если вот так вот мы сделаем.
Здравствуйте, Хирич Пупылыч. А что такое? А что такое, собственно, такое? А что такое? Что такое, Хирич? Что такое?
Возьми. У тебя слышно в наушниках? А мне интересно, ты если будешь в них говорить, будет ли твой голос точно так же записываться, как и мой? И вообще не перешло ли на запись с твоего микрофона, а не с моего?
В любом случае, этот микрофон близко и к тебе, и ко мне, так что тебя будет слышно.
Ну да, но мне-то хочется, чтобы с моего было.
Ну что поделать?
С микрофона и звук игры. Надо на стриме прочекать. Короче, я прям вообще дико прусь с этой игры. Я себе куплю обязательно набор Бэтмена. Есть Бэтмен, вот похожая игра. Причем там 3 или 4 части. Тоже как бы нужно ходить, загадки такие разгадывать. Прям что-то...
Большой дворец?
Достаточно большой.
А что ты здесь делаешь, если мать нашел свою уже?
Так мы теперь пытаемся остановить зло. Причем мне кажется, что у моей мамки кукуха просто слетела, и на самом деле зла никакого нет. Но я могу ошибаться. Вот, смотри. С той стороны набирается 1191. То есть 1191. Но из-за того, что цифры круглые, с обратной стороны должно быть типа 6466. Только если она мне справа налево диктовала цифру, понимаешь? Но это как-то тупорыло, здесь цифры кверх ногами написаны, поэтому... Ну, понимаешь, почему 6-4? Потому что диски крутятся, лавеха мутится.
It's locked.
It's locked. Если честно, я уже забыл, на какой хер я сюда приперся.
А ты уже здесь был?
Да. А, гвозди, все, я за гвоздями пришел. Заодно у меня и заказание получилось, может тут что-нибудь будет это под...
There. Those are the nails I was looking for. I noticed they were old and rusty, but I hadn't noticed these traces of... Could that be blood? Is it really the relic of the Holy Cross? I can hardly believe it.
Это типа гвозди, которыми этого...
Иисуса Христа прибывали. Ну а что-то еще могут быть за гвозди, блядь? Больше никаких вариантов нет. Только Библия.
Так, письма эти я все читал. Вот тут вот у меня и заказания не было. Я не мог почитать, что это за базальтовый куб какой-то с надписями. Обсидиановый или оникс. Блять, опять чуть не...
Вкусный чай получился, кстати.
Сука, так а чё вы мне не даете почитать его? Я в прошлый раз мне предлагали, но я не мог, потому что у меня заказание было. Я заказание качнул.
Looks like obsidian or onyx. It must weigh a ton. What on earth could that be?
Вот суки. Вот, это вот инфа про замок. Цель добавить некую изюминку, не изменяя механизм. В зависимости от расположения дисков, вышеупомянутый замок либо откроется, либо на каждого утратившего веру шпиона. Вот, это, собственно, я так понял, буквально за секунд 30 до того, как нам показали, что это, скорее всего, его мамка всунула в руку. Видишь, испытанием веры называется замок. Бля, они не дали просто по второму разу с языкознанием расшифровать этот ебучий куб. Я ради этого куба сюда только вернулся. Вот это, кстати, прикольная вещь. Это, короче, таблица периодических элементов, но еще, это ж 1780 какой-то год, нет еще по ним понятия обозначений всех тех, как у Менделеева. Или есть уже, подожди, в каком году Менделеев жил? Ну, короче, это алхимические символы. Я точно знаю, что вот такая кружок и внутри точка, это типа золото, по-моему, и прочее. То есть это вот именно периодическая таблица, только алхимическими символами сделана. Ну, я не знаю, меня что-то прикололо. Может быть, как бы это и было такое на самом деле, а может, они это для игры придумали, но мне прям прикольно.
All right, come on, let's get out of here. 6466, if I remember correctly.
А сейчас он мне правильно назвал. А мама, когда мне говорила, она говорила 6646.
painting. It looks unfinished. A piece by Lord Mortimer, I presume.
Это тоже какая-то настоящая
Rather
картина, нет?
avant-garde technique. The Titan against men. How ironic.
Ты здесь был?
Да. Я здесь везде был, мне кажется, уже не осталось ни одной локации, где я не был. Сейчас мне нужно вот в эту вот комнату.
А здесь есть всякая дискотека?
Да.
А что у тебя с носом?
А меня в самом начале игры полгода назад жмыхнули по лицу ножом. В драке.
Ah, Louis. Glad you're here.
Это Джордж Вашингтон меня
He's gonna
тут.
talk about my mother.
Come and see what I've found. There are pieces of paper in the ashes of the chimney. Someone's been burning something here.
Incredible. He doesn't seem to want to speak to me about what happened between my mother and the Hillsborough sisters. Show me a little.
Look, it's possible to distinguish two different writing styles.
The rest of the correspondence
Почему так
between my
темно?
mother and
Ну,
Emma.
потому что ночь.
Someone tried to burn an exchange of messages. I'm certain. There must be more.
Shit. What on earth is he doing?
А он к манипулированию, да, неуязвим. А мы не знаем.
If you want my opinion, a servant must have burnt some old papers. That's all.
Да.
Why, of course. You very nearly made me think that you were trying to hide something, Louis. No, I'm sure there must be other hidden messages.
He won't let go. He's going to work his way back to the Bible if he continues.
Что ты так недоволен им?
Ну, потому что мне срочно надо, а он тут, типа, лазит, нос в чужие дела сует. Причем он реально, как бы, норм чувак. То есть, вот он среди всего прочего,
Ну, так
он
что ты
такой
правда
какой-то
не сказал?
самый безобидный. Тут что-то ходит, видишь, тут картинки разглядывает.
Так а что ты правда ему не сказал?
Ну, блядь, я его оберегаю от лишнего
Bible's
этого.
still there.
Ну, втихаря, пока никто не видит. Это первое издание Библии Гутенберга.
Гутенберга, да.
Да.
Первая напечатанная, да?
Ну да.
Мгм.
Hey, look, there.
No, I don't see anything.
Come, Louis, look. Someone's clearly drawn a 4 in the dust.
Я уже разгадывал эту загадку. Это ты мне вчера... А, это
He's going
Константин
to be
спрашивал, что за
disappointed when he
загадка.
sees the Bible's
Вот я тут
disappear.
мудахался с этой Библией. Там они, короче, по картинам, по всем попрятали отсылки на стихи, на главы Библии. Мне нужно было...
Ты такое любишь, да?
Да.
Ты же у нас любитель Библии, отсылок на Библию.
Нет, там они через Библию сообщения друг другу передавали, а в каких стихах зашифровано, они на картинах прятали, и там нужно было искать.
Да, просто ты все любишь, что Библии касается.
Мне нужно искать сферу теперь.
Сфера, мы же видели такой большой...
Да,
этот,
но мне нужна
шар.
ручная, маленькая. И если честно, если хоть понимать, для чего она нужна... Пойдем по комнатам, просто всем, блядь, по комнатам будем искать, потом пойдем на низ. Все равно на этом этаже. Честно, я вот все остальное я знал, где найти, а сферу эту нет, поэтому, к сожалению. Просто буду все комнаты по очереди обыскивать.
Это, наверное, очень скучно.
Ну, вот, понимаешь, мне дали подсказки на все предметы, кроме вот этого. Но дело в том, что я все эти предметы до этого изучал, и он делал про них какие-то, ну, замечания. То есть он что-то говорил. Возможно, я просто ее не встретил ни разу.
Dear Monsieur Peru, I'm writing to thank you for the funds you sent.
I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later.
А, это его комната у него здесь. Бля, короче, мне самое обидное, что я не спас тут вот этого чувака, революционера французского. Он, в общем, по характеру какой-то был самый главный мудак. Ну, вот изначально казалось.
А что, его убили?
Он сам застрелился.
Что, почему мед так важен для тебя?
Мед это восстанавливает очки действия. То есть я очки действия трачу там на...
Я понимаю, почему интересно именно мед.
Не знаю.
Какая ванна, я бы такой полежала. С пеной.
Вот. Так это... Он, в общем, поначалу казался каким-то самым мудаком, а по итогу вот мне он ближе всех по характеру персонажа пришелся. Вот это, кстати, копье.
Мудак.
Нет, это не копье, это ложка. Что ты говоришь?
Это ты просто мудак.
Я мудак?
Ты сказал, что он типа мудачок, но мне очень близок по характеру.
Нет. Не по характеру. Его, скажем так, позиция мне очень близка была вот именно... ну, его принципиальное отношение ко всем вещам, вот, которые он тут показывал. Он из всех присутствующих здесь наименьший политикан, больше такой как бы вояка. И ему поэтому все вот эти интриги были не это. Ну, они ему не нравились. И он, собственно, так и сказал, что я поддался вот на ваши уговоры, лорд Мортимер, делал, ну, принял ваши подарки, ну, все вот эти вещи, которым он ему помогал продвигаться там и все его цели реализовывать. А сейчас цена оказалась слишком высока, и он просто застрелился. Причем мне можно было его уговорить. У меня было 3 шага, чтобы его уговорить, но нельзя было совершить ни одной ошибки. Я, короче, первый шаг сделал, а на втором шаге я облажался, и он застрелился, к сожалению.
А тут нельзя переиграть?
Потом, наверное, можно переиграть. Но это же как бы... Всю игру надо будет до конца доигрывать, чтобы узнать, как это повлияет на общую картину, поэтому... Так, это комната Наполеона.
Decorated with a cockade. It must belong to a French soldier. Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Я, кстати, у нее в комнате полностью не обыскивал, может у нее эта сфера есть. Еще и у священника в комнате не было, потому что она всегда закрыта. Или он там внутри сидит, или что. Не больно сделал тебе? Прости.
Tending children at the orphanage in Harlem. I find it a little hard to understand this painting choice.
Да, тут еще картины украшены.
King George III in coronation robes. Nice touch for the room of an English duchess.
Да, картины в комнатах всех этих постояльцев, они в соответствии там с тем, из какой они страны, и вообще там характеризуют их. Здравствуй, Эд. Спасибо за последнее письмо. К сожалению, корона предупредила Золотой Орден, что мы ни в коем случае не должны помешать сэру Грегори. Им явно удалось заручиться поддержкой Букингемского дворца. Нас связали по рукам и ногам и лишили всякой свободы действий. Держи меня в курсе дел. Выполнить задание будет непросто. С любовью, Судя по всему, французский орден не знает о поездке нашей знакомой Сары, посему ничего не могу тебе сказать. Впрочем, как мне кажется, она явилась сюда по личному делу. Ну. О, манускриптик. Манускриптики всегда хорошо.
Grammar of Port-Royal. Ah, the artistry of the French language in all its splendor. Whoever masters French commands the world. At least une partie of it.
Ну, все вместе. Это я все читал.
Dear Gregory, thank you for the information. I've managed to find.
I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later.
А как ты так спокойно в их комнаты попадаешь?
Да в том-то и дело, что это, я так понимаю, for the sake of exposition, как говорится. Ну, чтобы сюжет двигать. По началу игры в большинство их комнат нельзя было войти, они были все закрыты. Потом часть комнат открыли. Часть персонажей у себя в комнатах сидела, а кто шраебался по дворцу, к тем можно было зайти. А сейчас, видимо, для того, чтобы я мог побегать там все пособирать и прочее, ну потому что мы уже близимся к концу, хотя на самом деле это только 3-й эпизод, а их еще 2. Может, они только если коротенькие, хотя вряд ли. Так вот. Ну, видимо, чтобы я мог там понаходить артефакты, поузнавать все о гостях. Тут потому что очень сложная система прокачки. Смотри. Вот тут помимо того, что навыки, да, которые там очень сильно влияют на то есть как-то там, вот я вот иду в оккультизм, я там умею манипулировать людьми, то есть обманывать, чтобы они делали то, что я хочу. Я тут вот в науке шарю, я тоже прокачал себе максимально вскрытие замков, вообще просто вскрываю нахрен все двери, вообще даже очков не трачу. Столько полезных предметов нашел, просто ходя и вскрывая, я вообще не знаю, как бы я жил без этого навыка. Хорошо, что в оккультизм дался. Вот. И тут, помимо всего прочего, еще есть огромное количество мини-квестов. Вот, например, да, там, выяснить, к чему Жак Перюс испытывает устойчивость и слабость. То есть каждый персонаж, ну, вот я у него уже не выясню, да, каждый персонаж, видишь, вверху зеленые и красные, имеет какие-то слабые и сильные стороны. И вот каждого персонажа нужно выяснить вообще, какие у него слабые и сильные стороны, тем самым, ну, открывая себе какие-то дополнительные навыки, которые будут развивать мои вот эти вот навыки.
А кто убил девушку?
Я не знаю.
Ну, а там поняли, что это не ты убил, или тебя подозревали?
Меня подозревали, но я очень хорошо справился с допросом, и меня отпустили.
Manuel Godoy, a painting of himself in his room. Now that's not going to help him develop a sense of modesty.
Всех одинаковые ванны, но стоят по-разному.
Да. Комнаты, что плюс-минус в одном и том же этом. Так,
это не претензия, я просто говорю, что они хотя бы индивидуально их расставили. У кого-то за ширмочкой, у кого-то за камином. Это как-то одинаковые церкви расставлял, но как бы с творческим подходом.
Кого она вообще может быть, эта сфера?
Punished for stealing fire from the gods and
А,
giving it
вот
to
это,
man.
да, это же Прометей. Картина, это тоже известно. Мы на балкон выходили. А, да, я выходил, я вышел там. Там оказалось, что...
Классные балконы, такие с коврами.
Угу.
С ширмами. Прикольно. И это разные комнаты, да, выходят?
Это
на
вот моя
общий
комната.
балкон? Это один общий балкон на разные комнаты, да?
Ну, для нескольких, да. Короче, если я не найду нигде в комнатах, я полезу в прохождение смотреть, потому что, блядь, бегать сейчас 4 часа, искать, где эта сфера сраная может быть, она где-нибудь там в каком-нибудь закутке просто стоит. Еще ж бы знать, какого она размера. Хотя он в тех комнатах на балкон не выходил, а тут начал выходить. А, блять. Я ж выходил тут на балкон, на этот маленький. Странно. Еще эти точки ебучие, которых ни хера не видно. Ладно, похер. Поедем дальше. Кто у нас еще остался? Я не был у Папы Римского.
Тут есть Папа Римский.
Ну, священник, это кардинал. Правая рука Папы Римского нынешнего.
А почему вы все здесь собрались в таком странном селяночке?
Вот, в том-то и дело. В этом-то и сюжет игры. Блять, я не хотел заходить, я хотел посмотреть, в какую сторону я бегу. Тут, в общем, в чем замут? Здесь несколько подсюжетов и большой общий сюжет. Это графиня комнаты, я здесь был. Ты меня очень сильно вытеснила, и мне прям устала спина так лежать. Давай я...
Ну ты же видишь, что не очень сильно тебя вытеснила.
Да, я знаю. Это чтобы ты не падал, если что.
Это типа мировое правительство?
Ну, не
Ты
совсем.
говорил.
Ну, типа того. Да, вот этот вот местный лорд.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
А это вот я здесь только что был, значит, не сюда. Он собрал представителей мировой элиты. Тут вот там представитель Испании, США, Франции. Ну, бля, я думаю, если бы это у меня в комнате было, я бы знал об этом. Франции, Англии. Вот тут вот этот. О, я в его комнате еще не был ни разу. Франции, Англии, Испании, Америки.
Италия.
Не, Италии нет.
А как же кардинал?
А, ну да, условно вот этот, как бы, но он за счет духовенства, он как бы не ассоциирует себя со страной своим, с Ватиканом больше. Вот, и они тут, в общем, как бы решают свой глобальный якобы вопрос, да, вот который он хочет продвинуть, этот лорд Мортимер. Но то, что он, скажем так, вынес на первый план, еще не факт, что это его основная цель. То есть тут как бы такие какие-то интриги, они тут там все договариваются, там спорят, чё почем.
His Holiness Pope Pius VI
И шестой.
by Pompeo Petoni. This should help Piaggio feel at home.
И параллельно вот эти вот подсюжеты с этой девушкой, вот с нами, которые мы эту книгу искали, и мы... Бля, я к нему просто завалился в комнату, он тут, так что я его письмо почитаю, пока он тут стоит. Дорогой Джузеппе, увы, я слишком слаб, чтобы ехать. Поблагодарите от меня сэра Грегори за приглашение к лорду Мортимеру. Уверен, вы без меня обо всем договоритесь. Передайте сэру Грегори, что мы исправно следуем его совету насчет нашего знакомого кардинала-епископа Пьера Монти. Полагаюсь на вас, да хранит вас Господь, Джованни Анжелико Браски. Окей. Просто, блядь, шарыблюсь по его комнате, он там стоит. Вообще похуй. О, мед. Надо всем знать. Ой, а кто это зашел к нам на стрим? Кто-то зашел, получается? Может, Константин? А может, и не Константин.
Не знаю, кто-то пришел.
Ну, это точно не ты тут сидишь.
Я здесь сижу. Ну, как бы я и на стриме, да. На стриме.
О, янтарика кусочек нашел. Хорошо.
А что дает янтарика кусочек?
Вот это вот мои очки действия. За 4 куска янтаря можно получить еще одно. О. Ай, блядь. Мне, короче, прям надо одну страничку либо того, чтобы наконец-то собрать манускрипты. Там охрененные манускрипты на +1 ко всему.
Honey, I couldn't have hoped for better.
Прикольно, что мед восстанавливает очки. Он такой, honey.
I couldn't have hoped for better. А что тут собираю коллекционные монеты? 41 монету собрал, на кой хер они нужны? Вообще не знаю.
Потом найдешь, для чего нужны, и удивишься.
Тут есть ачивка, что... Ну, я так понимаю, за них просто опыт дают, ты просто их собираешь, получаешь опыт. И тут есть талант. Вот он. Получаешь больше опыта за монеты, причем за те, которые уже нашел. То есть, если прокачать этикеты и еще что-то, то...
Талант сносить гидрант.
Извините. Только не фоткайся, а то это заберут. Она разрушила это, блядь.
Я поняла. Водополивалку. Дадут 5 лет на тюряге. Как Кирочка.
Вашингтон, кстати, нарколыга сраный.
Да?
Да, у него целый чемодан опиума. Он там на опиуме сидит. Плотно.
Как ты думаешь, на самом деле Вашингтон был опиманом?
Вряд ли. Хотя...
Нормальный такой жирочек, да?
Жирнич.
Ну.
Подляша.
Ковер, ничего, такой смотри. Какие интересные ковры у него здесь.
Смотри, вот это у него все в опиуме чисто.
Ех.
Журнал инспектора.
Devil's Thorn. I'll keep it.
Да, вот
Опять
то.
экорцы какие-то.
Да, это вот правое. Это эликсир, который в диалоге, ты когда юзаешь, он показывает сильные и слабые стороны челика, с которым ты общаешься, тем самым можно выбирать правильный диалог. Потому что если ты пойдешь по тому, ну, по его сильной стороне, он тебя нахер пошлет.
Я, кажется, смешно сказала.
Carmelite water. You see,
Оно
if you drink
Devil's
this,
Horn
you
в
feel a real
оригинале,
boost.
то есть рога дьявола. Не знаю, почему у нас так... Ну, может, это настоящее, как бы, растение, может, у нас оно, как бы, есть, и оно у него такое название.
Ой, поняла, что я хочу спать. Ой, а это... Думаю, блин, а чё я хочу спать? Смотрю, а уже 11 часов, неудивительно. У меня 8 стало.
Ну вот, удивление.
Все, ну, забирай меня.
Ну, не будешь со мной дальше
Хочу
смотреть?
зубы чистить.
О.
Я что-то засыпаю. А так оказалось интересно. Интересно. И спина болит. Почему спина так сильно болит весь день?
Так, надеюсь, меня слышно. Надеюсь, звук на стриме не обосрался. Если бы ты чекнул, обосрался ли звук на стриме, было бы вообще зашибись. Раз, два, три, раз, два, три, раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, раз, два, три, раз, два, три. Так, все, звук на стриме не обосрался. Мы едем дальше. Мы ищем канделябру. Она же армиллярная сфера. Знать бы еще, что это такое. Ну, в смысле, я знаю, что это такое. Я видел большую армиллярную сферу, нам нужна маленькая. Так, мы все письма читали. Сфер никаких не находили. Я уже, наверное, во всех комнатах побывал. Да, только у фрица в комнате не был.
Monsieur Johann van Vulner.
О, вот он. А я у него вообще был в комнате? Может, я у него еще не был до сих пор? А я не помню. Сейчас посмотрим. А, да, был. Это Шалхиман, который. Кстати, так может у него и будет сфера, нет? Ну, она с чем связана? Она с алхимией как-нибудь связана? Ой, блядь. Изи, блядь. Нашел сферу. Что-что? В самой последней комнате. Я причем в этой комнате был, я, видимо, просто не заметил ее, стоящей на полке, и от этого он не знал, что она здесь лежит. Привет, Лакшенчик. Да, я сюда выйду в сад, кстати.
So, good. You've managed to gather all the keys.
Yes, that's right. I have everything. What should I start with?
Place the Clement III cross on the console. Then you have to put the nails on the disc of the door.
All right, my turn now.
Go ahead, impress me. I'll shut up and let you concentrate.
The fresco clearly shows the birth of Christ.
Louis, I can assure you that that is not the solution to this enigma. This fresco's only purpose is to mislead. I know that now. Please, focus on another theme about Christ.
We'll have to trust her. Yes, it's definitely a representation of the birth of Christ, but some of the details have flaked away. I can't see any other clues. One thing is for sure, this enigma deals with the life of Jesus, like my mother said.
Большая загадка. Вот сейчас все эти ключи, которые я находил, тут замок, какие-то фрески, нужно все это разгадать. Сейчас буду разгадывать.
It looks like there are 3 types of inscriptions. These towns have one thing in common. They're all related to the life and death of Jesus. For example, Jordan is the place of the baptism of Christ. Clearly, we have names of towns, Arabian numerals, and Roman numerals.
Кирка, я тебе что-то не рада.
Хирыч. Хиро. А ну, слазь давай. Хиро, иди сюда.
It looks like there are 3 types of inscriptions. The cross is stuck in the mechanism. I can't do anything.
This exegesis contains comments from Judas on the different Gospels. It only contains certain chapters and verses, and the chapters are indicated by Roman numerals. The lexicon refers to different chapters and verses from the exegesis of Judas. The cycle of the moons has nothing to do with what I'm doing right now. It looks like there are 3 types of inscriptions. Clearly, we have names of towns, Arabian numerals, and Roman numerals. These towns have one thing in common. They're all related to the life and death of Jesus. For example, Jordan is the place of the baptism of Christ. There are 3 styles of writing, and I've got 3 nails. There must be a link. I must surely put in 1 nail per category. Chapter 1, verse 9. Jesus was baptized by John in Jordan on the 9th of Hesvan, 3852. Chapter 1, verse 9. And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee, and was baptized by John in Jordan. And coming up out of the water, he saw the heavens opened, and the Spirit like a dove descending upon him. Chapter 1, verse 9. Jesus was baptized by John in Jordan on the 9th of Hesvan, 3852. Chapter 1, verse 9. Jesus was baptized by John in Jordan on the 9th of Hesvan, 3852. Interesting.
Louis, you are doing what I've already done. I told you it wouldn't work. You need to find another subject than the birth of Christ.
You could see that the paint has come off in parts. Difficult to see what was there, but I can distinguish the letters N-R-I. Nothing more. Why, of course. They're part of the initials I-N-R-I that you can find on the cross of Jesus at his crucifixion. Why, of course. I-N-R-I. Jesus Nazarenus Rex Idorum. These initials stand for Jesus the Nazarene, King of the Jews. This is the inscription which appears on the cross at the crucifixion of Jesus.
Chapter 19, verse 17. Jesus was crucified on the 8th of Nisan, 3793, in a place near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head. Chapter 19, verse 17. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him, and 2 others with him, on either side, and Jesus in the midst.
It works.
Well done, Louis. I hadn't seen those other wheels. Try connecting the theme to see if it goes all the way.
It looks like there are 3 types of inscriptions.
Так, это мы уже разобрали.
There must surely be a connection between the wheels. There are different icons on this wheel, but it looks like some of them can't be connected to the other wheels.
Он родился. Что-то птица.
I think I can make out each one of the icons apart from the one covered in blood. Going clockwise from the one I just mentioned, we have the halo that represents the resurrection. The waves represent the baptism of Jesus. It's more difficult to identify the next one. Maybe a crib, and in that case it's surely linked to the birth of Christ. The red herring that my mother followed. Then, the symbol represents the crown of thorns that Jesus wore during his crucifixion. The dove also represents the baptism. Certainly another red herring. Then comes the symbol of the Trinity. And finally, the candle that must stand for the Last Supper. This wheel contains several symbols made up of 1 or 2 figures and 1 letter. The highest figure does not exceed 31, and each letter corresponds to a month of the year. A for April, and M for March. I think these symbols must represent a specific date. This wheel represents the different moons. In the occult sciences, we represent the full moon by an X. As for the dark moon, called the new moon, in cults, it's often associated with something harmful. Look at this. There are notches between each of the wheels. So, I have to link the name of the town from the theme I've chosen to an icon, then to a date, and finally, the date to the moon.
Блять, окей. Ладно, мне нужно сначала повернуть диск с символами. Так, Иисус должен в Назарете был родиться. Блять, там что-то разъебанное. Вот, значит, он в Назарете родился. На Голгофе он воскрес. Там что-то разъебано. Абу-Гош. А где происходила тайная вечеря? Ты не знаешь?
Ну, мне теперь очень интересно.
Я сейчас поищу, мне для квеста надо. В какой момент эта игра превратилась в код да Винчи, блядь?
Один прекрасный.
Ну, написано в... Подожди.
Силанская горница. Иерусалим. Иерусалим, Никит.
Мне нужно ближе территориальнее. Тут Иерусалима нету вообще.
Израиль. Ширина, долгота. Силанская горница.
Так, ладно, Абу-Гош напишу по-другому. Там можно, конечно, в книжке поискать, ну, которой тут все дано, но мне просто любопытно, что это значит. Абу-Гош, город в Израиле. Арабско-израильские на 10 километров западнее Иерусалима. History. Religious sites. Ладно. Давай, блядь, читать места.
Chapter
Абу-Гош.
3, verse 18. Words truly pronounced in Abagash. Chapter 3, verse 18. He that believeth in him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he hath not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. Chapter 14, verse 22. On the 7th of Nisan, 3793, Jesus shared his Last Supper in the Cenacle in Jerusalem. Chapter 14, verse 22. And as they did eat, Jesus took bread and blessed and broke it, and gave to them and said, Take, eat. This is my body. And he took the cup, and when he'd given thanks, he gave it to them, and they all drank of it.
Тогда я не понимаю. Я не понимаю, что с чем сопоставить надо. Я думал, они все должны сопоставиться. Но, судя по всему, нет. Так и тогда с какой линии мы сопоставляем? Мы все еще работаем по распятию креста? Нет? Ну, если мы работаем по распятию, окей. Где у нас распяли его на Голгофе? На Голгофе тогда должен быть венок. Вот так тогда надо. Да? Я просто...
The moon's shadow moves from west to east.
It works. Well done, Louis. I hadn't seen those other wheels. Try connecting the theme to see if it goes all the way.
This wheel contains several symbols made up of one or two figures and one letter. The highest figure does not exceed 31, and each letter corresponds to a month of the year. A for April, and M for March. I think these symbols must represent a specific date.
Ну да. Ну-ка, 8, 6, 17. Да, вот эти даты.
Chapter 2, verse 6. Jesus was born of Mary and Joseph on the 22nd of Teveth at midnight, 3762, in the village of Bethlehem. Chapter 2, verse 6. And so it was that, while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered of a child. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid. Chapter 2, verse 6. Jesus was born of Mary and Joseph on the 22nd of Tebeth at midnight, 3762, in the village of Bethlehem.
Блять, я не хотел, что? Ой, блять, игра. Бля, мне там было попросить помощи. Я хочу попросить помощи у мамки. Я, блядь, не понимаю, что делать.
Look at this. There are notches between each of the wheels. So, I have to link the name of the town from the theme I've chosen to an icon, then to a date, and finally, the date to the moon.
Хорошо. Ну ладно, окей. Бля, я честно, я просто...
Chapter 19, verse 17. Jesus was crucified on the 8th of Nisan, 3793, in a place near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head. Chapter 19, verse 17. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him, and two others with him, on either side, and Jesus in the midst. Chapter 19, verse 17. Jesus was crucified on the 8th of Nisan, 3793, in a place near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head.
Теперь надо, блять, как-то с Луной придумать. Семь Шаабана минус 607.
7th of Shaban, 607, first quarter.
Первая четверть.
The moon shadow moves from west to east.
С запада на восток. Moon Shadow. Блять,
moon shadow moves
тень
from
луны
west
движется
to east.
с запада на восток, то есть слева направо тень двигается. Мне нужна первая четверть. Тень двигается слева направо, то есть у нас полностью черная, а там полностью белая. Влево. Или полностью белая. Когда луна в первой четверти, это первая четверть, это типа кусочек закрыт или кусочек открыт? Закрыт кусочек? Или открыт? А ну мы исходим из того, что у нас начало типа луны. Новая луна, молодая, типа, это черная полностью или полностью белая? Это молодая луна, это наоборот же, это же типа кровавая луна считается. Ну-ка.
During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow.
Смотри, во время новолуния луна полностью в тени. Тень двигается с запада на восток, то есть слева направо, и создает разные фазы. Все, то есть у нас начальная точка. Молодая луна, первая четверть, растущая луна, полнолуние, убывающая луна, последняя четверть, старая луна и, наконец, новолуние.
And the cycle starts over with the full shadowed new moon.
Да, все, короче, первая четверть это маленький кусочек луны открыт слева. Слушай, не такая уж и сложная, если я вообще правильно, ну, если я сейчас сделаю правильно. Пока здесь все подсказки есть, главное... Блять, а что из этого? Ну, жалко, тут сохраниться нельзя, но если мне отрежет руку, похуй.
I can feel the lever at the bottom.
Good luck.
кулдаун. Вот первая четверть. Шабана минус 607.
Seventh of Shaban, 607, first quarter. 13th of Shaban, 607, waxing gibbous. During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow. Then, the shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right, and goes through the following states: waxing crescents, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, last quarter, waning crescent, and the cycle starts over with the full shadowed new moon.
Ладно, я, короче, блядь, не знаю. Я полезу смотреть, потому что я не хочу, чтобы мне руку отрубили. Ну, я не хочу по игре без руки ходить. Я хочу с рукой ходить. Ну, честно, тут, блядь, тут нихуя не очевидно. Тут просто нихуя не очевидно. И я не могу понять, в чем проблема.
I never doubted you, my son.
Что, понял?
Я не понял, почему так.
Так, повтори, сможешь?
У меня сейчас так стоит. Я когда просто проверял фазы Луны, да, у меня стоит корона, 26 марта. Ну вот я не понимаю, у меня корона типа распятие на Голгофе и 26 марта сошлось, но фазы Луны не сошлись. 26 марта это другая фаза Луны. Я вот чего не понимаю. Я не понимаю, почему. Я не понимаю, почему здесь вот именно так.
What theme did you start with?
As the fresco shows the birth of Christ, I placed one nail in Bethlehem, one in chapter 2, and one in verse 6. The iris opened a little. I thought it was normal. Behind the aperture of the iris, there is a duct in which I put my hand. I felt something like a valve at the bottom. I thought by turning it the door would open, or the iris would open completely, or something else would happen. Instead, I felt something like an axe cut off my hand. I really thought it was the end of me.
What did you do then?
Well, although I had made some unfortunate choices, I was lucky in that Mortimer was well stocked with drugs. I raided his supplies of medicine.
It looks like there are 3 types of inscriptions. Look at this. There are notches between each of the wheels. So, I have to link the name of the town from the theme I've chosen to an icon, then to a date, and finally, the date to the moon.
Ну я беру город с картинкой, картинку с датой, дату с луной. Но это луна, это... Извини, пожалуйста. Блядь, только если я не ту дату собираю.
Chapter 19, verse 17. Jesus was crucified on the 8th of Nisan, 3793, in a place near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head. Chapter 19, verse 17. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him, and 2 others with him, on either side, and Jesus in the midst.
Reassure me, we aren't going to have to force that one, are we?
I don't think we're even capable of doing it. You're going to have to find a way to open it.
Why, of course. And what's inside?
Something to vanquish them.
So... That's right. I have everything. All right. My turn now.
Go ahead. Impress.
Блять, я не понимаю, почему. Почему 26-го это четверть Луны, это не половина Луны.
During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow. Then, the shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right, and goes through the following states. Waxing crescents, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, last quarter, waning crescent, and the cycle starts over with the full shadowed new moon.
Подожди, блять, или я не прав?
During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow.
Новолуние полностью в тени.
Then, the shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right, and goes through the following states. Waxing crescents, first
Молодая,
quarter,
первая
waxing
четверть,
gibbous, full
растущая,
moon, waning
полнолуние,
gibbous, last quarter,
убывающая,
waning
последняя
crescent,
четверть,
and
старая.
the cycle starts over with the full shadowed new moon.
Блять, мне нужна картинка этой луны ебаной. Возможно, я не прав, возможно, я долбоеб, но... Так, берем полностью черное, новолуние, молодая луна, первая четверть, растущая луна, полнолуние, убывающая луна, последняя четверть. Ай, блядь, я долбоеб. Короче, когда ты видишь на картинке половину луны, вот так вот, вот как здесь сейчас у меня рядом с 26 марта, это значит, что это четверть луны, а не половина луны. Хоть ты видишь только половину луны. Ой, блядь, окей. Ладно, хорошо, я сам задолбоебал на самом деле, просто потому что не разобравшись. Потому что для меня половина луны это, ну, типа не четверть луны. Ладно, теперь я хоть понял, где я не прав.
I can feel the lever at the bottom.
Я неправильно прочитал.
luck.
Но... Похуй. Будем считать, блядь, что зачитерил.
I never doubted you, my son.
I sense that Mr. Peru is about to surprise us too.
I believed in him. I followed him to the best of my ability. I championed his ideas, defended his decisions, and then, without even realizing it, I became lost.
Now that I've told you everything, you want to take my place, do you? No. I am Emily. You are wasting your time. Louis knows very well how to tell us apart.
Someone had the bang coming from the Duchess's room, and she isn't answering.
Louis, you really must learn to conceal your weaknesses better. If you don't want your foes to use them against you.
Our desire is to steer the destiny of our respective countries for the good of all, and to no longer suffer the random hazards of history.
It is the natural order of things, Monsieur de Richet. There have always been men who govern other men. That is simply the way it is.
History forgets them with a disconcerting facility. No one speaks about them, and yet they whisper in the ears of kings and presidents.
Алло. Здорово. Так ты еще и пропал. О, слышу, ты говорил, потом пропал.
But where are we?
I don't know, but we better not hang around. Do you know what we're looking for?
We have to find that weapon. What do you know about the Holy Lance, Louis?
The what?
The Lance of Longinus the Centurion.
Oh, that? That's what we come to find? The lance that a centurion stuck in the side of Christ at his crucifixion?
That's it.
Seriously? You don't really believe that fable, do you?
Every fable is founded on true events. I'm not saying that everything adds up, but imagine if it really did exist.
Very well. Now what?
Well, now you know what you need to find.
Pardon?
I have to get to the wharf to prepare our departure. Let's get off this cursed island as quickly as we can. We shall come back when we are ready and armed.
But hang on.
Louis, let's first get to safety. We shall come back when we have the upper hand. Fear not. You take care of getting the lance. It's imperative. I'll take care of preparing our departure.
Hang on. At least tell me everything you know about this lance.
But I have never seen it. There's nothing else I can say, Louis. Well, you can always go snooping around Mortimer's study. I remember seeing paintings of Longinus there.
Hang on a second.
What's the matter?
Why did you shoot Emily's sister?
Do you really think now is the right time for this?
Да, я прям сейчас играю. О, бля, братан, короче, тут такая движуха Пепси, пиздец. Да, сейчас буду ложиться. Да. Ну, если вкратце, то нас всех собрали на острове для того, чтобы уговорить все государства, которые имеют землю в Америке на данный момент, отдать ее американцам, чтобы Америка стала супердержавой. Вот этот вот Чувырло, он, скажем так, это у него такой гениальный план, он типа вершит судьбы мира. Но параллельно развивается сюжет о том, что он, скорее всего, и вот это вот с размалеванным ебальником, скорее всего, бессмертные демоны какие-то, которые живут там уже сотни лет, и они вот на протяжении этих сотен лет формируют мир таким вот, каким они хотят его видеть. То есть большинство вообще там каких-то исторических событий, это вот все через них проходило. Это вот моя мамаша в этом уверена, она там когда-то в детстве, ну не в детстве, в юношестве с ним повстречалась, однажды сбежала от него, и вот потом всю жизнь искала, и когда на этот остров приехала, она не сразу поняла, что она с этим демоном встретилась, а потом, когда поняла, попыталась сбежать, и вот она прячется на острове, и мы вот собственно, сейчас проникли в какой-то тайный склеп, а тут просто какой-то такой непонятный пропасть вниз, какие-то руины странные, все, и мы, в общем, ищем копье судьбы, которым Иисуса убили, потому что вроде бы как этой штукой можно его убить. Вот. Причем там про копия речь шла, потому что я там, когда его письма читал, там было, что он там со всего мира скупает эти копии, все это подделки, но он надеется, что одно хотя бы там из них настоящее. То есть он не уверен, он просто скупает все, видимо, на самом деле по этой причине, а может быть и нет. Причем я вот до последних вот 10 минут, я вот буквально, у меня только 4-й эпизод начался, я очень долго загадку решал, и то решить не смог. Ну как, я типа решил на всякий случай проверить в прохождении, правильно я решил или нет, потому что в этой загадке, если ты неправильно решаешь, тебе руку отрубают, а я не хотел без руки ходить. И оказалось, что я неправильно решил. И потом уже зная как бы ответ, я, блядь, сидел полчаса, пытался понять, в чем я не прав, а потом оказалось то, что если называется четверть Луны, ну вот когда Луна там новолуние, молодая Луна, там полная Луна, то вот четверть Луны это когда ты видишь половину Луны, а когда ты видишь четверть Луны, это называется старая Луна. Вот, короче, очевидность уровень, блядь, 10 миллиардов. Вот, поэтому я там... Да, она вообще, она даже до Лун не дошла, она на первом этапе, блядь, встряла и отхуярила руку. Да, вот, и мы сейчас... Да, она обдолбалась опиумом, типа, и нормально. Тут, короче, братан, прикинь, Джордж Вашингтон оказался, типа, на опиуме сидит. Я проник, наконец-то, к нему в комнату через балкон. У него там чемоданчик стоял, я с помощью своих супер навыков его вскрыл, а у него просто весь чемодан опиумом забит, и там письмо, типа, что Джордж, тебе уже пора слазить с опиума, иначе тебя там это лишат твоего президентского поста. А еще я тут, короче, так нахуесосил, братан, если бы ты в прямом эфире видел, как я там некоторые варианты выбираю, ты бы просто, блядь, орал бы и приехал бы и леща мне. Братан, там я реально... Я там прям на стриме даже говорю, что о, Константин бы не одобрил. Там просто неочевидные варианты, братан, понимаешь?
I want to know, Mother. Why did you betray her?
Listen, Louis, I don't think you've really understood my interest in the Al-Azif. It's not just simple curiosity about some old relic.
You tried to kill her.
And I had no choice, for crying out loud. It must not fall into the hands of the demons, or we are all doomed. Don't you see? Listen, I don't know exactly what it contains, but I prefer to be one step ahead. If they want it, there must be a reason. And even if I don't know what it is, I want to stop them for safety's sake, no matter what.
Nothing will stop you if I understand correctly.
Enough, Louis. If you could see the extent of their power as I do, then you would understand what I'm saying.
All right, we'll do it your way.
One more thing. If they find you in possession of the lance, they won't let you get away with it. Choose only one and hide it under your jacket so you don't get caught with it. Then run and meet me on the wharf.
And if I get caught?
If they catch you in possession of the lance, we're all doomed. Do you understand?
Perfectly.
Good. And go talk to Piaggi. He's the one who probably knows the most about this.
Алло, Константин, я тебя перестал слышать, к сожалению. Я даже перезашел, я тебя все еще не слышу, значит проблема на твоей стороне. Да, слышу. Да я ничего не говорю. Я уже забыл, если честно. Бля, прикольно. Мы, короче, спустились в склеп, а тут, как во втором Dark Souls, блядь, тут в пещере нет потолка, и оно, блядь, уходит в бесконечность в небо, какие-то столбы. Реально, как будто подземный мир какой-то. Мы как будто спустились в это царство Аида. Тут же все эти греческие отсылки такие, там Зевс был и прочее. Это реально вот похоже на царство Аида, на какое-то такое странное. Там причем там они на самом деле могут оказаться богами, объясняю почему. Судя по всему, Мортимер, вот этот главный чувак, и этот чувак с накрашенным ебальником, братья. Инфа не 100%, но у меня появилось такое подозрение, когда я, в общем, письма нашел, и исходя из этих писем, такое ощущение, как будто они... Блять, не хотел сюда заходить. Как будто они братья. Да. То есть там кто-то ему писал Мортимеру, мол, что опять ты, типа, начал свои вот эти дворцовые игры, ты что, не знаешь, типа, отец этого не одобряет, и так, типа, со всеми посрался, прекращай.
This sarcophagus is engraved with the name of Clemens III. Good God! The one whose cross allowed me to enter.
Вот, и, собственно...
That was the Pope from the Middle Ages who inspired the Third Crusade. He gave the Roman people the power to elect their magistrates. This sarcophagus is engraved with the name of Clemens III. Good God! The one whose cross allowed me to enter. This sarcophagus is beautifully made, but ancient. Stone is marked by the passage of time, but it's really well preserved.
Да, типа, что батя, короче, батя уже там злится на тебя и прочее. И было подписано типа Г, ну, то есть Грегори Холм, вот этот вот брат его, якобы. И они вдвоем постоянно срутся, то есть вот они как бы организовали вот этот вот совет, собственно, на совете он вот этот вот вопрос про объединение Америки поднял. И его вот этот вот чувак с белым лицом, который до этого постоянно ему подлизывал, он, короче, стал типа с ним сраться. То есть вот они реально не сошлись во мнениях по этому поводу. И с некоторой долей вероятности, ну, у них типа свои какие-то взгляды. И если они на самом деле какие-то вот эти вот демоны, там, либо еще что, может и вправду оказаться, что они какие-нибудь боги, типа как Зевс и Аид, например. И они спорят там о каких-то своих вот этих делах, и они там не согласны.
This one has no name. I wonder who it was for.
Может быть, я не... Ну, не только греческое, тут еще и христианское так.
I can see that this spear has a so-called leaf shape. It is copper-rimmed. I can see the tip is engraved with the symbol of the Eye of Ra.
Но не совсем понятно, почему греческие боги должны умереть от копья судьбы, которым Иисуса убили. Мне в игре все нравится на самом деле, прям реально я прусь. Кроме того, что здесь, короче, все типа тебя как бы ждут, пока ты сделаешь свои дела. Вот реально, мы тут вскрыли этот ебучий потайной склеп, а сейчас мне нужно пойти и попиздеть с этим, со священником. То есть, а что в это время все остальные делают? Ну, то есть, неужели никто не видит, куда я хожу? Я бегаю туда-сюда, как назад, как еблан, просто в подземный в этот спуск спускаюсь, вылажу. С учетом того, что они все интриганы, меня давно уже должны были спалить. Только если они это все не подстроили специально ради чего-то, чего я не знаю.
Flavius Aetius.
Алло, ты здесь вообще? Опять Константин отлетел.
I remember. He was the Roman general who defeated Attila and his hordes in the terrible battle of the Catalonian plains. Flavius Aetius, the one they call the last of the Romans. He was assassinated by his own emperor, who was jealous of all his victories. But how did he end up here? Let's take a look at this lance here. It has a very special leaf shape. It is copper rimmed, and I can see a fish symbol engraved on the tip.
Ну, вообще рыба это знак Иисуса, так-то я бы брал вот эту.
I can see that this lance has the shape of a boar spear. The blade is partially coated in copper, and I can just make out the symbol of the Eye of Ra engraved on the tip. I can see this lance has a spear shape, is copper rimmed, and it has been engraved with the symbol of the Christian fish on the tip.
Ну, скорее всего, вот оно, это копье.
This lance has a leaf shape. It is copper rimmed. The symbol of the Christian fish is engraved on the tip.
Так еще непонятно, может ли оно там его убить или нет. Причем самое очевидное копье, которое может быть настоящим, лежит на таком пьедестале, все остальные на полу валяются, а оно такое на таком постаменте рядом со свечками, блядь, ну стопудово подстава.
A so-called leaf shape. It is clearly made of iron, and I can make out a sun engraved on the tip. Great, honey.
Ладно, сейчас надо пойти попиздеть со священником, потом там где-то есть еще картина, конкретно убийства Иисуса.
The sarcophagus of Lord Mortimer. It's the only sarcophagus in this crypt which appears to bear the Mortimer family name. What ancestor can it be? There's no inscription. Let's see what we can find here. Ha! Great. Now let's see what's inside. The sarcophagus of Lord Mortimer. Let's see what we can find here. Ha! Great. Now let's see what's inside.
Да, я здесь. Я... Алло. Блять. Суки. Ой, блядь, боже мрази. Да я, короче, блядь, потратил. Открыл типа сундук. В сундуке лежал мед, который у меня не влез в инвентарь, потому что у меня... Подожди.
What about this lance? It's got a spear shape, and the blade is partly made of copper. A barely visible crucifix is engraved on the blade. President George Washington. Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
The Cardinal's not in his room. I bet he went back to stuffing himself. His Holiness Pope Pius VI by Pompeo Petoni. This should help Piaggio feel at home. A Chinese coin, recognizable by the hole in the middle. If I remember rightly, that's called a cash. The torture of Ixion, condemned by the gods to lose his mind because of his arrogance. Inferno by Dante. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
Lovely lectures Mortimer's giving to his guests. Very jolly.
Amber crystals. President George Washington.
Pardon me, monsieur, but I have work to do.
Nice decor for a revolutionary tribunal judge's room.
The massacre of the Dear Monsieur... I have no space left. I'll retrieve it later. The Massacre of the Innocents by Rubens. A bit gloomy. Guess my room is not that bad.
Amber crystals. Great. Honey.
Monsieur Napoleon Bonaparte.
Crucifixion of St. Peter. He was crucified upside down, out of humility. Surprising for an entrance hall.
Good evening, Mr. President.
Good evening.
I'm back on the trail of my mother again. I don't have time to explain, but would you know anything about the Holy Lance?
That's good news. But be careful, Louis. You might end up getting noticed.
Do you know anything or not?
No, I regret I don't. But why not ask von Va- Theology is his field, after all.
That's an idea. In that case, I'll try and find him.
You are keeping up the good work, I see. But I'm telling you, keep your guard up. Everyone is rather on edge right now.
You're right. Thanks for everything, Mr. President.
See you later.
Your Eminence, would you have a moment to spare?
Not now, Louis. Please, leave me alone.
I beg your pardon?
I want to be alone.
Very well. I'm only searching for information about the lance of Longinus, the soldier. If you could...
are not listening to me. You are playing with fire.
I heard you speak to Mr. von Wollner about it, and I was wondering if you could tell me something about it.
That was a private conversation. How could I have known that he was listening to us?
I see what you mean.
Louis, don't push it. Leave while you still can.
Your Eminence, are you all right? Your Eminence, are you with me? Can you turn around, please?
What do you want to know about the Holy Lance, Louis?
Your Eminence, turn around.
This is the weapon used by a Roman centurion on the very day Christ was nailed to the cross.
Look at me.
Longinus thrust his lance in the right side of Jesus.
Please.
As you wish.
His nose is bleeding.
So you are looking for the Holy Lance of Longinus, are you?
No, I was wondering about it myself.
Oh, Louis. It's even worse than I thought. I believe you when you say you've only come to find out more. But in that case, it means that Sarah didn't even tell you the point of it all. Because, believe me, you are looking for it. You are looking for the lance. You should know, you are not the only one. Lord Mortimer has spent a good part of his life and his fortune trying to find it. Never will he let you have it. But tell me, before going any further, have you spoken to anyone else about this?
No, you are the first I've spoken to about it, Your Eminence.
Come now, Louis. Are you quite sure of that?
No, Your Eminence. I thought you'd be the only one able to help me with it.
Your words lack conviction, Louis. If I'm asking you all these things, it's for your own good, you know. You have no reason to lie to me. Imagine you find it, which I don't doubt, given how resolute you are when you've got something on your mind. Then what? What are you going to use the lance for, exactly?
I need it.
Why?
You won't understand.
Try me, Louis.
I need to protect myself with it.
Louis, I thank you for your sincerity. I shall answer you about Longinus. You deserve to be told. His spear-headed lance did indeed pierce the side of the Messiah. His blood gushed out, covering the head of the lance. It was covered in the blood of Christ.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Eminence.
You are welcome. Be careful, Louis. You are on a perilous path. Don't follow Sarah's demons, my boy. Don't delve too deeply into her delusions, or you won't be able to come back. The demons that she is frantically trying to drive away are in her own mind. Take good care of yourself. God keep you.
Atrus, the Miller brothers. Mother expressly forbade me from reading it.
Christ Crucified by Velasquez. Look, someone's left a note there. Reserved for the Duke of Alquidia. A meeting between Louis XIV and Philippe V. I wonder why Mortimer's particularly fond of this painting. Devil's Thorn. I'll keep it.
Chronicles of the Amber Princes. As I recall, Dorkin was my favorite character. Crucifixion of St. Peter. He was crucified upside down, out of humility. Surprising for an entrance hall. Blind Oedipus. Blinded himself. What a tragic destiny. Fall of the Damned by Rubens. The man who cannot achieve the salvation of God the Father is offered to fall into the depths of the abyss. Duchess Emily Hillsborough. Duke Manuel Godoy. Huh, that's me. Monseigneur His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi. President George Washington. Monsieur Johann van Volner. It seems like he isn't here. Chemistry set. That's not surprising coming from von Volner. A chemistry set. That's not surprising coming from von Volner. So, let's see what Volner has in his bookcase. A few works on religions, 2 scientific essays about human thought. Most of these works are on alchemy. Longini Militis Fabulum. Ah, what have we here? It looks like a kind of biography on Longinus the Centurion. Truly, Volner has done everything he can to get information about that lance. I'd better keep this one, though.
Did he say?
Damn, that's all I need. Maybe he knows something about the lance.
What are you doing in my room?
sir. Perfect timing. I was looking for you.
You were looking for me? Well, here I am. What can I do for you?
I was wondering if you might help me.
You're the one looking for the lance.
No,
Don't take me for a fool. You are looking for the holy lances.
Not at all. I've come here to talk to you about the Al-Azif.
Ach, you are lying through your teeth. You are not here for the Al-Azif.
No, of course not. Well, what makes you think that?
You are a very bad liar, my lad. Don't think you're going to get away with it so easily. What are you playing at, Richet? Mortimer's the one who has that cursed lance.
How long have you been looking for it?
Ah, I see. You want it, and so you plan to steal it from Mortimer.
For a long time. Isn't that right?
Why, you little swine! You're planning to give it to Sir Gregory. You're looking to double-cross me and Piaggi too.
What on earth is he talking about? But calm yourself, goddammit. You're the one I'm trying to help.
What? What?
I heard you talking with His Eminence, and it seemed to me that this story about the lances had put you in a tight spot. I was only trying to be helpful.
But why didn't you tell me straight away?
Seeing as I hadn't found it, I didn't want to commit myself too quickly. If I failed, I would have looked like a beginner.
I understand, Louis. I thought you were trying to manipulate me. But please, excuse me. I got a little bit carried away. But you can't get ahead by staying in the shadows on a case like this. There are already several of us searching for the Lance of Longinus. And it would be smarter to pool our information.
Unfortunately, I've barely made any progress. I'm still trying to find out what the original lance really looked like.
Ah, let me reassure you, we've all been there, given the number of copies there are in existence. It also took us quite some time to discover its true shape. Many believe the central part of the head of the lance to be covered in gold, whereas, in truth, its center is made of an alloy of copper and iron.
That does make sense. In those times, a centurion wouldn't have any chance of possessing a lance made of gold.
Ah, that is the perversion of Christian idolatry. A copper lance could not have been noble enough to pierce the side of Christ.
Anyway, thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Louis. Keep me posted as to your research. We're bound to end up recovering it.
I'm counting on it. See you later. I managed to get the biography of Longinus the Centurion. Let's see what it can teach me. An interesting passage here tells me that the lance is engraved with the symbol of the first Christians, the fish.
Sir Johann van Volner. St. Longinus. Let's take a closer look at his lance. It is shaped like a leaf, like the real lance, maybe. How can I be sure? No, this is too easy. Mortimer's trying to throw me off the track again. It seems too visible to be true. Impossible not to see the statue on first glance, given its size. And Mortimer has no interest in making the shape of the true lance so easy to see.
I think the statue does represent Longinus, armed with a lance that wounded Jesus. The Holy Lance. How can I find out if this is an exact representation? There's no way of being certain of it.
Adoration of the Shepherds with Saints Longinus and John. Giulio Romano, 1534. Longinus is holding the Holy Lance in his left hand, and I'll bet he's holding the sponge soaked in holy blood in the other hand. Yes! Here we can see that the Holy Lance is represented in the shape of a spear. I better make sure I check this twice. It's a work that dates from the Renaissance. There's nothing to say that it's not based on erroneous elements. But I believe what I read in the letter from Milan addressed to Mortimer. There's every reason to believe that this painting has been modified according to his guidelines to represent the true shape of the Holy Lance, a spear shape. This work is an order from Lord Mortimer. All the details have been conceived with a specific goal in mind. Upon closer examination, you can see that even the style clashes with that of most of the other works in the manor. No, if Mortimer has taken special care as the conception and the exhibition of this painting in his study, in the same way as for the Nightmare painting, it must be of some significance. And that is indeed the true shape of the Holy Lance, a spear shape. There's only one way of being sure. I'll have to find other clues that will confirm this information.
Bible must mean the lance which finally took the life of Christ. The Gospel of St. John is the most detailed on the subject of the crucifixion. When they came to Jesus and saw that he was dead already, they broke not his legs, but one of the soldiers with a shimmering lance pierced his side, and forthwith there came out blood and water. And he that saw it bore witness, and his record is true, and he knoweth that he saith true, that ye might believe. A shimmering lance? What is this telling me? The medieval Hermetic traditions evoke the idea of using noble materials for relics, which the monasteries often made themselves in order to attract pilgrims. Of course, they had to inspire greatness. So here, we might think of gold, whereas a centurion could not have hoped for anything better than copper at the time. The true lance would not have been a luxurious weapon. The name of the Roman soldier who killed Christ never appears in the biblical canon. Yet, it is said that he was a centurion and was called Longinus. This sarcophagus is engraved with the name of Clemens III. Good God! The one whose cross allowed me to enter. Clemens III. Clément III in French. How come his tomb ended up here and not in the Vatican? This one has no name. I wonder who it was for. I can see that this spear has a so-called leaf shape. It is copper-rimmed. I can see the tip is engraved with the symbol of the Eye of Ra. Flavius Aetius. It was cut a long time ago. You could tell by the rough hacks of the tool and the patina of the stone. This sarcophagus is very ancient. I'd say it's several centuries old. I can see this lance has a spear shape,
It is copper rimmed, and it has been engraved with the symbol of the Christian fish on the tip. I must be sure of my choice. I cannot get it wrong. Am I absolutely sure this is the one to take? Sarcophagus of Lord Mortimer. It's the only sarcophagus in this crypt which appears to bear the Mortimer family name. What ancestor can it be? There's no inscription. This sarcophagus has been ravaged by time. It's sort of ageless, I guess. It's entirely sculpted.
I'm already pressed for time as it is. Mother's waiting for me on the wharf.
De Richet, sticking your nose everywhere again.
Wow, what's the matter with him? Excuse me, monsieur. I don't follow you.
I haven't come all this way just to fail so close to the goal.
Why? What are you talking about?
I am talking about what you are doing. This conference is going to boost my career. There is no question of me letting you ruin everything. I just surprised Piaget and Volner talking. You are about to rob Mortimer. Give me what you took from him, immediately.
Let's keep calm, please. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll have to cut this short, quick. Look, I don't know what you're going on about, and I don't have time for this right now.
Don't bank on getting rid of me so easily, De Richet. Where have you been?
Did Lord Mortimer tell you you could trust me?
Yes, but...
So, I'm working for him right now, and you're wasting my time with your questions. Look, if he hasn't taken you into his confidence, then you shouldn't know yet.
I'll soon figure out what you are up to. And I am convinced that you have indeed robbed Mortimer. The game is up. Give me what you took from him.
You know, this is becoming an obsession with you.
Show me what you are carrying, or I will call the servants.
Very well. Fair is fair. You've exposed me. Here. This is what I took from him. Look, I'm sorry. I acted on a bizarre impulse.
I don't know either, and frankly, you have disappointed me. That said, it is not as bad as I thought it would be. Right. We'll leave it there. I'm glad that things have been cleared up.
So, are we finished here?
Indeed we are. I shall leave you.
That's right. Go play somewhere else. See you later, monsieur. Come on. I have to hurry up and join my mother at the wharf now.
Ah, Louis. Perfect timing.
As luck would have it.
Come, my boy. I would like to have a word with you. Come closer, please. It's time we had a little chat.
What's wrong, my lord? Tell me. What's with all the bodyguards?
Louis, it's time you found out the truth. I've been observing you since you arrived. I see you running all over the grounds in search of Sarah. I would like to prevent her from leading you even further down the wrong road. You see, Sarah and I have known each other for a very long time, Louis. I am aware of her theory. About me, about Gregory, about the demons. She's right. Look at me. I have inhabited this body since 1191. For the last 602 years, I have been this dear William Mortimer.
Continue.
Louis, it's time you opened your eyes. Come, you'll soon see.
After you. Did what happened to Elizabeth Adams have anything to do with you?
Unfortunately, the poor girl became an issue between us, in spite of herself. A family of demons is still a family, and as in all families, there are disputes. Elizabeth's family, the Adams, has always been under the patriarchal control of my father. As he and myself are not really on very good terms, sending poor Elizabeth here was terribly rude of him, really.
You did accept, though.
No, I would say rather I was presented with a fait accompli by Gregory and went along with the intention of helping her. But this is my castle, and everyone is the master of their own home.
If you could manipulate us mentally, what's the point of all the theatrics of the conference?
You must suspect that we asked ourselves that very same question. For many centuries, we didn't organize any conferences, and most of the time, it ended in civil war between demons. Many of us were killed during this period. The idea of organizing conferences was the answer to everything. The interest being to erect some rules among ourselves. Our family first divided up all the principal countries of the world. Now, whenever one of us wanted to propose a major change between these countries, they summon the demon in question and initiate a conference. The demon that initiates the proposition doesn't have to give notification of the subject of the conference beforehand. Consequently, we participate along with our best assets. Once the humans are brought together, the conference begins, but we are forbidden to use our talents to influence the participants. The first meeting is held in order to expose the subject to all the participants, followed by several days of reflection, during which we are allowed to be persuasive but not to impose our will. A second meeting closes the conference with a final vote.
So, for you it's a game, isn't it?
I understand your remark, but after living several centuries, you stand back and enjoy what reflection and pleasure you can.
So, von Borchert, he was looking for the Al-Azif for you.
Exactly. Al-Azif has always belonged to my family, Louis, and with good reason. My father wrote much of it. Can you tell me what you've done with...
What, you mean the Al-Azif?
No, I already know that. Sarah came here with it and got rid of it. I was thinking of von Borchert. He isn't essential, but he is a trusted person.
About him, how can I put this?
Ah, I see.
Well, he jumped me. It was him or me.
You don't need to justify yourself, Louis. Don't worry. I hope I've answered all your questions, Louis. Come, I've something to show you.
There is one question that remains to be answered. Why me? Why tell me all of this?
Oh, haven't you guessed yet?
I mean, it's obvious you want me on your side, but that doesn't explain why you're telling me all these truths.
Louis, this conference is indeed of capital importance to me. And yes, I want you on my side. But that's not the main reason that compels me to confide in you.
What is it then?
Look, we are of the gods, Louis. Always have been. You, as much as me. You are one of us, Louis. You too are a demon.
Are you serious?
You know it. Deep down inside, you know I am telling you the truth. Where do you think that natural, charismatic presence comes from? Your talent must already have manifested itself somehow. Have you ever had any visions?
No. Stop it. It's absurd.
Have you never found yourself suddenly inside someone else's body, without knowing why?
No.
Whilst asleep, maybe? That's how it often happens the first time. Your spirit wanders unconsciously.
My mother can't have lied to me about that.
It's true. Your real mother would never have lied to you.
What do you mean?
Louis, I would rather you found this out from her own lips, but it's important that you know. Sarah is not your mother.
What?
I'm sorry you had to find out this way, Louis. But you must know the truth before you commit an irreparable act.
No, no, it's not possible.
You are my son. Not too shaken up. You've experienced many significant events since your arrival.
To tell you the truth, I don't get much time to ask myself those questions.
Quite right. Best not to react to all this too suddenly. Take some time to think about it all. For now, I think you ought to find Sarah, my son. You ought to talk things over with her.
So she's been lying to me all along?
Let her justify herself. What's done is done. Sarah must explain herself. You must clear the air. We'll have all the time we need to talk afterwards. But all in good time. Before you join her, I'd like to give you something. As a demon, I would like to introduce you to your first talent.
What do you mean?
Open your mind, my son. Relax. You hold immense power. It's already there, inside you. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Just let me show you the way.
I should relax.
Open your mind. Hear my voice. Feel the vibrations and listen to what has been happening to you deep inside, but which you have been concealing. Trust yourself. It's all already in there.
I can hear something.
Now breathe.
It's a sound very faint.
That's right. Concentrate on it. My voice is growing fainter, but I am here.
Whispers, words, mixed voices.
Focus on one of them. Don't be afraid.
Since a stream. Some words are clear, but not all of them.
Let them enter into your mind.
I hear them. Now I can hear a clear voice.
Well done, Louis. Congratulations.
What was it?
You are now able to read people's minds.
What?
You heard me. From now on, whenever a human speaks to you, you will be able to read their current thoughts. So, if you need to know something in particular from someone, all you have to do is make them think about it.
But it'd be a violation of their most intimate thoughts, wouldn't it?
To begin with, there's nothing obliging you to do it. You already had the ability without even knowing it. I just gave you the option of putting it into practice if you want. Moreover, it would be wrong to evoke morality here. Every species is different, Louis, and this is the way we are made. That's all there is to it. You are free to use this talent or not. And what's more, it will be up to you to decide what to do with the thoughts you read. That is where the values of right and wrong do come into play. There are also a few rules you need to know that govern this talent when used between ourselves. You can read the thoughts of demons as well as of humans. But be careful. A demon more experienced than yourselves will know that you are spying and will often react quite violently. It's considered bad form to play around the psyche of another demon. It's a question of courtesy. But let's be clear. What is most considered bad form is getting caught. So I would advise against trying to read the thoughts of Gregory, for example.
Home?
Yes, the old grump is touchy, and rather a stickler about the conventions. On that note, go and see Sarah, Louis. Otherwise, she might leave without you. We'll continue this discussion later if you want. Just join me in my study when you've finished.
Let's see what Mortimer's thinking about.
He is thinking he might not have been clear enough with you. When I told you... try to read into Gregory or her experienced demons, it also applied to me, of course.
You can hear me think?
Of course I can. I can sense you. For the moment, your mind shines like 1,000 lights because you haven't yet mastered the art of concealment from the psyches of others. So, I give you a weapon, and the first thing you do is try to shoot me with it? If my intentions were evil, you would already be at my mercy. So be very careful on whom you use the talent.
All right. Please excuse me.
And don't ever apologize, my son. You are far above that from now on. Now go. One more thing. If you want to know the truth about your birth, ask her about Paris, 1763, at 12 Rue des Martyrs. That's where she disemboweled your mother to steal you from me.
It's not that I regret all these discussions, but I must hurry to the wharf.
You shot her in cold blood. What is at stake here far outweighs our personal interests. I should...
Personal interests? I'm talking about my sister's life. She was my other half.
Calm down, Emily, calm down.
Louis, don't come near me.
I warned you what would happen if I found her.
I was so hoping it wouldn't end like this.
I'm fed up with all these deaths.
Listen, Emily, we've all gone through some horrible experiences since we arrived here. I can assure you, we'd all rather be somewhere else.
She betrayed my sister. She has to pay, Louis.
We've had enough people die here, don't you think? Look at her, Emily. Don't you think she's paid enough?
But I...
Duchess, I am sorry for what happened. I didn't have any choice.
Ah, you. Shut your mouth. You had the choice, all right. You used people according to your own desires, without any scruples.
Excuse me, Duchess, but we're in the same line of business.
Shut it!
And as for Emma, she knew only too well.
No, Emily. Look at me. Emily?
What did you say? No, I'm not like her, and never will be.
You're not like her. Neither you nor Emma are like Sarah. Ever since you got here, you've always tried to help me. I trust you, Emily. And Emma would never have betrayed me either.
No, she wasn't like that. She was loyal. But why did Sarah betray Emma? Why?
Your sister was supposed to hide something, and no one was supposed to have been able to find it.
And she would never have talked, even under torture. So why get rid of her?
Unfortunately, Emily, the creatures who live here employ methods that no one can resist.
I was going to get her out of there, for God's sake. So what are you talking about?
Emily Mortimer's a demon! In the literal sense of the word.
What are you...
Lord Mortimer has been around since the Third Crusade. He fiddles with his family records so he can keep maintaining his identity. I know it sounds crazy, but I swear on everything I hold dear... That's the truth.
What? But when
Louis, Do you realize what you are asking me to believe?
I know, but it's the truth, Emily.
How do you expect me to accept this? We are in the Golden Order precisely to fight against such beliefs.
Do you remember those deeds we found behind the chimney? They weren't fake. There's a reason why they're all signed by his same hand.
Demons.
In his study, he keeps the Mortimer family tree. They produced only boys, just one per generation since the Third Crusade, and they are all called William. He justifies his own existence, Emily.
Look, I'm going to believe you, but if you're taking me for a ride...
Unfortunately for us, it'd be impossible to even make up a story like that.
All right, I believe you. Thank him. You owe him your life.
I have always been very lucky to have him as my son. I really thought my next... death would be my last.
Well, anything's possible.
This is no time to be joking. Just help me climb aboard this boat, and let's get off of this cursed island.
No, I'm not going anywhere, and neither are you, until you've told me everything.
For crying out loud, what are you talking about?
Paris, 1763, number 12 on Rue des Martyrs.
No. I beg you, please trust me. He's manipulating you. We must leave.
Paris.
Can't you see he wants you? and he'll do anything to turn you against me.
Number 12 on Rue des Martyrs.
He had to pay for what he did to me. I panicked. There she was with the baby due. I thought it was the right time to touch it, but
touch it? By disemboweling her and stealing me from her?
The girl was already condemned to die. He never leaves any witnesses behind. She meant nothing to him. And I absolutely had to find a way of I couldn't let him reproduce. I had to stop him propagating himself.
You snatched a newborn baby from its mother's womb with the sole goal of seeking revenge.
From the second I took you in, I couldn't bear to be apart from you. I looked after you, fed you, raised you, like a mother.
You made me in your own image.
No, you're wrong. I devoted my whole life to teaching you to distinguish between right and wrong, so you would have the choice. You are not like him.
But you never told me.
I wanted to. I very nearly told you everything, at least a dozen times.
You didn't, though, did you? Why?
I don't know, Louis. I couldn't. Not after Venice.
Talk to me about Venice.
Oh, no. Louis, let's go. I'll tell you everything once we get home. Now come.
You never wanted us to speak about it again. Winter 1791. Do you remember?
Louis, no. We agreed to never speak about it again.
Now I understand. We were on the trail of a businessman. We broke into his place one night. We ran into his wife.
Not that, Louis. It's in the past.
She too was pregnant. Was he Mortimer's as well?
Louis,
Answer.
Yes!
What became of the child?
I gave it away.
For him too? You became his mother, didn't you?
No, I gave him to a couple who couldn't have children. I never saw him again.
How many children have you stolen from him?
I saved all of you, Louis. I gave you a normal life.
How many?
There are 2 of you. Louis, yes. I made mistakes in the past, but now I'm ready to...
Do you consider me a mistake?
No, not you. You are what I am most proud of in my whole life. You are good. You fight to do right. You are not like him.
Still, he is my father. Why did you steal me?
You don't want to know, believe me.
For once in your life, be honest. Why all this mess? Why do you have it in for him so much? Why?
Because I'm his daughter. I know what he's doing. I see he has his eye on you. He's hovering around you, tempting you. He did it to me before you. And if you don't live up to his expectations, he will cast you away.
Is that what happened to you?
I wasn't good enough for him. So he rejected me.
What do you mean?
He tried to initiate me, but it would seem I am unable to develop his talent. I can't withdraw my mind from my body.
I get it. The reason why you abducted me is because he didn't love you, isn't it?
He doesn't love anyone, Louis. Don't be taken in.
You are my mother. Whatever you've done, I can't take that away from you. It doesn't excuse everything, but in time we will find a way of putting it all behind us.
Oh, thank you, Louis. Thank you. I will never lie to you again. Come on, let's go.
No, Mother. I'm not going back with you. I can't.
What do you mean? Louis, you can't stay here.
Don't worry about me. I have to stay. I still have a lot to learn. But you go.
Louis!
I'll see you in Paris. Don't worry. Here. This is yours.
Don't forget, Louis. You've got the lance. You can beat him. If you hit him with it, he won't be able to escape from his mortal envelope, and he will die with it.
Rational and open. I spent my whole life swimming in lies. Emily, what a waste. I feel like I know nothing. That I have to learn everything all over again. I'm a demon. I age more slowly. I can mentally manipulate people. I don't even know if it's a good thing or a curse. Frankly, I feel like I'm cursed. I hope I'll be able to control this new skill, otherwise my life will be hell. Damn it, what a mess. Come on, man up, Louis. I'm still the same old me. Demon or not, I'm still in charge of my actions. And this father, I know nothing about. Yes, I've still got a lot to learn. It's enough to drive you crazy. Everything I believed in, nothing holds true anymore. Pull yourself together, man. I need to find some answers. There's no way of being alone for a minute.